Welcome. I'm sorry, I keep getting messages here. Uh, Welcome to everyone who has joined us today, whether you're continuing this important discussion with us or you're joining us for the first time. We're glad you are here. Long before the coronavirus became a worldwide pervasive threat to our physical and emotional health, America has suffered a scourge of another type. Racism and racial injustice have been part of our lived experience since the first days that Africans were brought to these shores more than 400 years ago. It is intrinsic to our systems, policies, and ways of life. For generations now, we have witnessed Black men, women, and children killed at the hands of police officers, while devastated and enraged communities mourn with no recourse. The murder of George Floyd seemed to be the tipping point. Organizations across the country are clamoring for diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and issuing statements about their commitment to racial and social justice. Police departments across the country and within the region are looking at reform efforts. There's yet work to be done. Yesterday, we heard from experts in healthcare, education, and technology, and Jamil Smith did an exceptional job of framing these twin pandemics confronting us and to set us off on the right path. Today, we have panelists on criminal justice and how education and social justice come together in programs both at Cleveland State as well as our partner institution at Case Western Reserve just down the street. And we have more powerful artists here to share their artistic talents and visions with you. But first, it is truly my honor to introduce our opening plenary speaker for the morning, former Ohio State Senator Nina Turner. I've had the pleasure of knowing Senator Turner since our days as students at Tri-C's Metro campus in the early 90s. We became fast friends as we recognized the kindred spirit as in the first day of class, we challenged the appropriateness of our blonde-haired, blue-eyed professor, Dr. Dorothy Salem, to teach us African-American history. Well, we were quickly disabused of this notion and our own cultural chauvinism, as Dr. Salem soon proved her worth and the fact that she was the only Ph.D. in that subject matter in Cleveland at the time. And she went on to gain both of our respect and admiration and become a mentor for the two of us. She, along with others at Tri-C, guided our paths as we completed our studies there and then transferred to Cleveland State to complete our undergraduate and graduate studies. Nina in history and myself in sociology and urban studies. During graduate school, we formed a student organization, Students for Positive Action, which did community organizing, voter education, and registration work in the Huff neighborhood with the late Councilwoman Fannie M. Lewis, who also became a mentor for us. It was through this work with Ms. Lewis, who allowed us to testify on her behalf before a U.S. Congressional Subcommittee on the needs in urban education, that Nina gave her first public political speech. We spent weeks researching and preparing our comments for that day, and while I presented the statistical data, Nina passionately spoke of the human aspects of this issue. Her speech was so compelling that then Republican Secretary of State, Ken Blackwell, congratulated her afterwards and first foretold of her potential for a bright political career if she so desired. Well, Ken obviously was prophetic. As they say, the rest is history. Her political career has included serving on the Cleveland City Council, serving in the Ohio State Senate. She served as the national surrogate for Bernie Sanders during the 26th Democratic presidential primary and the national co-chair of the Sanders 2020 presidential campaign. and she is now a candidate for Congress. She's also led in 2017 through 2019. She was the head of the grassroots political organization, Our Revolution, which supports progressive candidates and champions progressive policies across the nation. She is the host of Hello Somebody podcast, one of the fastest growing in the country. She's still a professor of history at Cleveland Tri-C, and in 2014, she was named one of the top 100 most influential African Americans in the US by The Root. In 2015, Cleveland's Inside Business magazine recognized her as one of the top 25 most powerful people in Northeast Ohio. She's also a featured commentator on national television and radio media outlets, including Meet the Press, MSNBC, CNN, Real Time with Bill Maher, and The Breakfast Club. And she's been featured in many magazines, including Essence, Vanity Fair, The Hill, and many more. Please help me in welcoming to the virtual stage my dear friend, Senator Nina Turner.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for that fabulous introduction, Dr. Ronnie Dunn. Man, you took me all the way back down memory lane. And I'm gonna have to recruit you and get you on the trail with me, introducing me everywhere that we go. We definitely did that. We started a very powerful organization at the Cleveland State University. And it is such a pleasure to join with you and so many others. Thank you for your vision and pulling together pulling together all of us to talk about the issues that plague us and how we can find solutions to those issues. And I'm just, you got me a little choked up, Doc. I wasn't expecting that, really. And I do want to thank very much Dr. Mobley, our wonderful MC. I want to thank Celeste and her team. You know, there's always people in the background making the foreground look good. So I want to thank everybody who had a hand in pulling this wonderful Project 400 together. This is an incredible time to learn and to reflect and to inspire. God knows we need some inspiration. As Dr. Dunn laid out, I'm a home girl. I've served as a Cleveland City Councilwoman, a state senator, and on and on and on. And for many years throughout my career in various capacities, battling the pandemic of racial injustice as it has reared its ugly head, not only in our state, but all across this country. I went on to travel across this nation during the presidential primaries of 2016 and 2020, speaking about true justice in all its forms: social, racial, economic, political, in healthcare, and in the environment. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be with all of you this morning to share my reflections on the twin pandemics of racial injustice and COVID-19. Where to begin? You know the story. Both Dr. Mobley and Dr. Dunn made reference to this. I assure you, we were not looking in on each other's notes, but there is something called universal thought. So where to begin? You know the story. 1619, stolen or often sold from our homeland into chattel slavery on these shores. Africans and African Americans, Black people, our ancestors, and many of the people who are still living to this very day have shaped the history of this country. Every single monumental moment since its inception, yet we remain as a people overwhelmingly affected by and dislocated from the wealth and prosperity available in this country. Racial injustice, the older twin, the older pandemic, keeps the wealth gap as wide as the ocean for our Black and brown sisters and brothers. Jenny Schuetz of the Brookings Institute wrote just this past January that the, quote, wealth gap between non-Hispanic white households and Black households is large and persistent, end quote, and that COVID-19 has only worsened this inequity. The median white family, she notes, has 8 times the wealth of the median Black family and 5 times that of the median Latino or Hispanic family. And home equity remains the largest source of wealth building for the middle class, for middle class families. And we know that during the Great Recession, that Black community lost almost 50% of its wealth during that Great Recession, because that wealth is often tied to one's home, whether you are Black or white, Hispanic, or somewhere in between. The greatest debt that most Americans have also proves to be their greatest asset. Calvin Schermerhorn is a professor of history at Arizona State University, and he wrote in the Washington Post in 2019 that back in 1863, Black Americans owned 1/2 of 1% of this nation's wealth. Today, it's just over 1.5% for roughly the same percentage of the overall population. And yes, you heard me right. I did not stutter or stammer on that one. It is correct that all this time, we have to question how much progress we have really made. The wealth gap remains as wide as the ocean, and the wealth gap and the wage gap go hand in hand. Did you know that if the national minimum wage had increased at the rate of productivity since 1960, it would currently be $22.50. Instead, it's $7.25. That's $15.25 per hour that has disappeared from the pockets of low-income workers over the last 60 years. Who would help and who would be helped and benefit the most? Black and brown people. Right now, today in 2021, we are fighting in Congress to include a living wage increase in the COVID-19 relief bill. 1 in 3 Black people would get a raise in this country if that passed. If we focus just a moment, just a little moment on women, almost 2/3 of the workers who would benefit from a living wage increase are women. Almost 1/4 of that number are women of color. The issue was dire even before the pandemic decimated working class women. But now we're living through an economic crisis, a she-cession, if you will, where women are losing their jobs and dropping out of the workforce entirely at astonishing rates. Passing a $15 an hour living wage isn't just the morally just thing to do. It is a critical part of COVID relief. Women across the country desperately need a raise. At a time when too many women are going hungry, a living wage would help them feed their families. At a time when too many women are falling ill, it would help them across healthcare. At a time when too many are facing down the threat of eviction, it would help them pay their rent. For so many people across the country, male or female, it is the difference between barely scraping by and actually surviving at this rate. At this rate, there will be no thriving. Racial injustice, the older twin, is exacerbated, intensified by the pandemic. And we see it with the families suffering in this country. Essential workers forced to go to work on a job that doesn't offer benefits, has no regard for workplace safety, while large corporations enjoy tax breaks and pay starvation wages. In the words of Dr. Fauci, quote, "It's nothing like we have ever it's nothing like we have ever been through in the last 102 years since the 1918 influenza pandemic. The United States is approaching 500,000 dead from the coronavirus. The figure is more than the number of people who died in 2019 of chronic lower respiratory disease, stroke, Alzheimer's, flu, and pneumonia combined," end quote. Yet Black people are being vaccinated at a much less rate than our white counterparts. Many of our seniors who should be first are having the most trouble. Some states have yet to set up websites where residents can register to get the vaccine, along with county health departments, hospitals, pharmacies, and grocery stores. But many of these websites require email addresses or a cell phone that can receive a text message. That does not help older Americans who in many cases have neither. So because our seniors who are at the highest risk can't get online, they find themselves at the back of the line to get the vaccine. This is wrong and reveals a healthcare system that simply does not fully see Black people. It didn't see Black people before the pandemic, and this pandemic has revealed the 911 magnitude of what needs to be done to change this system that was created on purpose, and on purpose, we can do a new thing. Racial injustice, a pandemic we battle daily in this country, is alive and well, and we see through the COVID-19 pandemic just how alive and well it is. But I do believe that there is promise in the problem as we continue the mission to deliver for the people an America as good as its promise, one committed to justice, racial, social, economic, political, and environmental justice. But sisters and brothers, fighting and working towards justice is messy. It is not pretty. And we need more people who are ready to get their hands dirty to continue to fight for justice that must come. So number one, we must commit to addressing the twin pandemics at the same time. COVID-19 cannot be addressed without tackling the systemic racism that is entrenched in our country. Hello, somebody. Number two, we must organize around all of the intersections of this pandemic to call out and call on our elected leaders to ensure resources get to our community. It is a shame that the wealthy can travel from state to state in search of a vaccine, and that the most vulnerable are being left behind, forced to wait even longer when the vaccine runs out, just because they do not have the internet or other resources to get to the vaccine. This is indeed a life or death situation. And number three, this requires both our government to do collectively what we cannot do as individuals, but it also requires each of us to become even more engaged in the political process in order to expedite change. And sisters and brothers, this extends beyond voting. Voting is just part of the process. But as my dear friend, Dr. Ronnie Dunn laid out as he was reflecting our history, baby, we got to get out there, agitate and advocate at all times. There's an African proverb that says, he who is absent, and I'm throwing in she, he who is absent is always wrong. And we cannot afford to be absent as we continue to fight generation after generation for justice. We must go beyond the ballot box to hold folks accountable, attending meetings, calling on our mayors and our state representatives, and being a thorn in the side of injustice on all levels. Hello, somebody. In the words of the great Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, what the people want is very simple. They want an America as good as its promise. It will take all of us to build this type of America. And as my grandmother once told me, we have two hands, one to reach forward and one to reach back, lifting as we climb. It is with these hands that we will build an America as good as its promise. And it is with these hands we can have healthcare as a human right in this country. It is with these hands that we will force this country to see Black people as full human beings in all of our glory. Hello, somebody. It is with these hands that we will push and we will press and we will reject incrementalism. We must have the power and the courage to deal with these twin pandemics, both racial injustice and COVID-19, to create justice in all of these forms. Ella Baker will get the final word in my remarks tonight, or this afternoon, this morning. Hell, I'm all over the place in the time frame. She will get the last remarks from me when she said that we who believe in freedom cannot rest. And that means, sisters and brothers, that we must continue to push and to prod and to agitate and to aggravate for freedom. We must continue to plant trees whose shade we may not enjoy. Somebody else said that. It is our ultimate responsibility to continue to push for these things generation after generation and to seek to enjoy some of this right now while we are here on this earth and for generations yet unborn. And sisters and brothers, I believe that we can do the daggone thing because we come from a people who was pushing and prodding, aggravating and agitating so that we could be at this moment, Project 400. If it were not for them going against the status quo, hello somebody, we would still be in shackles and chains. So reject anybody, and I mean anybody or any system that tells us that we must wait. We cannot wait. We must continue using these hands to push for bold justice. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to join all of you this morning. And I look forward to the dialogue, the brief dialogue that we are going to have together. Project 400, you are all that. And my dear friend, Dr. Ronnie Dunn, thank you for your vision. And Dr. Mobley, thank you for emceeing this tremendous, tremendous event.
Senator Turner, we are excited that you have joined us and you have shared such powerful words with us this morning. So while people may be thinking about what questions they have for you, why don't we start by giving the folks some suggestions of how they can get engaged. Maybe we have some people who are listening here who are students. And so for the first time, they have an opportunity to do something, but don't know what to do. What do you recommend for them?
Well, thank you for that, Sister Celeste. I recommend that as Dr. Dunn and I, we started an entire organization at Cleveland State University. We were definitely bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and we felt as though, even though economically we had not arrived by any stretch of the imagination, but as you think about our educational trajectory, we felt like it was our absolute obligation to do something as we recognized the inequities in the system, even then in the late 90s. And we wanted to do something about it. And that is what motivated us, along with some of our other colleagues at the university, to form this organization. So if there are students out there, just know that titles are good, but purpose is better. And we don't have to wait until we get a fancy title or two to be involved and to be engaged. So start an organization or join another organization. There are so many wonderful organizations out there, from Movement to Black Lives to progressive organizations like Our Revolution or Roots Action, Democracy for America, you name it. They are out there doing the daggone thing. You can do that. You're making me think about my dear brother, Philip Agnew, who was one of the founders of the Dream Defenders. He has founded another organization that really focuses in on Black men. It's called, the name of it is Black Men Build. But whatever you do, put your hands, your heart, your soul, and your mind to being the change, in the words of Brother Mahatma Gandhi, to being the change that you want to see in the world. There is so much work to be done, and we all have a role to play in pushing for and pressing for justice in all of its forms.
Amen. We absolutely do have an ability to get in there and get engaged and get involved. How would you recommend that we deal with our folks one-on-one? Let's say, okay, we've got our organization, we're engaged, we're doing the work on one hand, but then we run into people individually. What's the best way to have those conversations?
Tell your story. Our stories, people, human nature, we connect through people's stories. There will be people from time to time that you meet, or either you have to work with and you feel as though you have absolutely nothing in common with that person. But it is through telling our stories that we can move people. Great change does not come from your head. It comes from your heart. and then to your head. That is how you move people. There has to be an emotional connection, and stories oftentimes are the best tools that we have to have that human connection. So don't be afraid to tell your story. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, because sometimes telling stories makes one vulnerable, but it is through that vulnerability that you are showing strength. So stories, I believe, are universal language. There are two things that I believe move human beings in ways that other things do not. That is music, which is definitely the universal language, and it is the telling of our individual stories, your testimony, if you will, in Black church speak. Testify.
All right. Well, we're getting a question asking you to testify a little bit yourself. What politicized you? And I guess I'd frame it this way. What got you engaged in politics?
Oh my, I can't exactly, put my finger on. It was the confluence of little things, from, hearing my father tell the story about how him and my mom used to pass out leaflets for Mayor Stokes, Mr. Stokes, before he became Mayor Carl B. Stokes, the first Black mayor elected of a major city. When you think about little touchstones throughout your life, I don't think there's ever any one thing. If we think about deeply what has motivated each of us, it's always little things that come together, as I'm saying, the confluence of things. And, definitely Students for Positive Action. I mean, being active at Cuyahoga Community College with Dr. Dunn before he was Dr. Dunn, and before I had a few fancy titles myself, all of those moments helped to build us and push us, and to make us know that we could be the difference, that we could make a difference, that we could just do what we could where we were to be a part of that change. So just all of those little things, being able to be around Councilwoman Fannie M. Lewis, who was the longest serving councilwoman in the city of Cleveland's history, who has left us on this physical plane, but her spirit and her force continues to push people like my grandmother. So it's all of those little things combined that have definitely molded me to where I am today, and that have made me know that it is vitally important that no matter who we are and where we are, that we can add, because we can serve. I think it was Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm who once said, service is the rent that we pay for our time on this earth. And I just believe that everybody certainly fits into the puzzle and can serve.
Absolutely. You bring back fond memories when you mention Councilwoman Lewis.
Yeah.
She was the councilwoman in my neighborhood, and I remember her just walking up and down the street, talking to people. She was tireless, and we look
Yes,
at
she
you
was.
and you are tireless. So how do you fight fatigue, this COVID-19 fatigue that we have, while you're fighting for social justice?
Oh, Lord Jesus. That's a lot. And you making me think, and I'm glad that question came up. We got to do self-care. So I just want to say this to all of my sisters and brothers who are participating: self-care. No matter what, you got to do that. And I think as a culture, the Black community in particular, we were never really taught that. And I've always thought we got to be all and do all for people. And we do need to step back and exercise some self-care. So some of the things that I do, I meditate more now than I ever have over the last 10 years. And I found that really studies my mind and calms me and gets me into a reflective place. God knows I pray. I am a church girl. My mother was a preacher, and I often joke that my siblings and I had to go to church 8 days a week, because in Mama's house in the olden days, you couldn't do anything. You could not go to the mall. You couldn't breathe if you did not go to church and Bible study and choir practice. And at the time, I did not appreciate that. But the more seasoned I become, and I'm able to pull from the reservoir that was poured into me from the Black church tradition, I owe a great debt of gratitude to my mother, who is not here on this plane of existence right now. She died at the young age of 42 years old, and I wish my mother had to practice more self-care. It's hard to raise 7 children. It's hard to navigate this world as a Black woman. That's a story for another time, but definitely self-care. So I meditate, I pray, I exercise regularly. Exercise is good for stress and fatigue. And Sister Celeste, I have a boxing bag, baby, and oftentimes I picture some folks on that boxing bag, on that punching bag, and punch my little heart out. I hula hoop. That's maybe a little known fact about Sister Turner. I love the hula hoop, baby. Get you a weighted hula hoop and get it on. So it's just, I try to combine those things together to help me to be able to be on this journey. You got to do something for self. If you have to take care of you. So sometimes you got to be selfish for the right reasons so that you can continue to serve. And so that's if you're a mother, a daddy, a grandmama, a professor, a bus driver. It doesn't matter what you do in this life. We all bring something to the table. And in order though to be of service, whatever that is, you have to take care of you. You can't give if your reservoir is dry. So you got to replenish. So find ways to do that. And quotes, I'm a quote queen. I love quotes. I love scripture and I love quotes. And just even take 5 minutes, 15 minutes. I hope you deserve more than 5 minutes a day. But if you can only get in 5 to 10 minutes, take that time, take a walk, step outside and breathe in the fresh air. But you got to take care of you. You know how when you're on the plane, if you ever have flown, and not assume that everybody has flown, but if you have ever flown, they tell you from the beginning that if something happens, if that mask drop down, they don't say put it on your sister or brother first. They say put it on you first, because then that will enable you to help the person next to you. So you got to take care of you. Self-care is so important.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to have to take you up on that weighted hula hoop tip. That's one that can help with these COVID pounds.
Come on now. The Rona round we going through. One of my mentees calls it Rona round. Yes, ma'am. I know about that.
Well, one of our guests says, I hear you saying that we cannot have racial justice without economic justice, and that we cannot have economic justice without racial justice. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, as noted by the professor that I quoted, having less than 0.5% of 1% in the 1860s, and now we're in 2021 and Black people are holding at 1.5%. That tells us very clearly that the battle that we have as Black people, that we face in Black people, is not about our work ethic. It's not about our ingenuity or lack thereof. It is about racism being embedded in a system that is by design holding Black people down. Wealth is vitally important. I want to recommend a book. I'm so glad I recommend a book that just came out, and our dear sister Heather McGee wrote this book, and it's called The Sum of Us, SUM of Us. And in this book, she talks about these systemic markers that not only oppress the Black community, but by extension oppresses our white sisters and brothers and everybody else. And there's a story that she tells in this book about a swimming pool. There were, at the time where recreation was becoming a big deal in this country, and government was building these swimming pools. And you read the book or listen to some of the interviews that she has had as of late. She tells the story better than I can tell the story. And I am just starting to read that book, but I think this book encapsulates what the question is asking. And so she goes on to tell the story about how this, we deal with covert and overt racism, but the racism was so overt that even though the tax dollars of our people were being used to pay for these swimming pools, they didn't want us in the pools. It was whites only pools. And some of you may remember, if you watched Introducing Dorothy Dandridge, where our sister Halle Berry played Dorothy Dandridge, you may recall a scene in that movie where Dorothy Dandridge, as great as she was, as brilliant as she was, and beautiful as she was, she had to travel and not be able to come in and out of the hotels or the places where she had to entertain through the front door and those kinds of things. And there was a swimming pool, and she had a moment where she was over it, and she put her toe in the pool. They drained the entire pool because a Black woman put her toe in the pool. At the same time, Sister McGee addresses how those swimming pools, I'm telling two different stories, it just made me think of Dorothy Dandridge. But they covered it. Rather than allow Black people to swim in those pools as equals, they filled the pools in. So then that nobody could use this particular pool that she's talking about. And so the premise is that how these inequities and this systemic racism impacts everybody. And so everybody has an obligation to deal with it. And it's not even just, I mean, it's bad enough what happened to our ancestors as chattel. We must never forget that. Some people have a cavalier attitude about that. We must never forget that. Do we understand this? Are we wrapping our mouths? And every single issue that Black people suffer from, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's our money, everything is tied to that. See, these things are not separate. It just kept flowing and flowing generation after generation, from, you know, the Black codes, the Black only laws, to Jim Crow. Hello, somebody. All of those things are linked to redlining. Hello, somebody. I just told you that in 2008, you say, Sister Turner, it does matter. In 2008, I'm old enough to remember 2008, where Black folks lost almost 50% of their wealth through their homes. We had GI bills by the government design that Black veterans could not utilize equally to their white counterparts. Government subsidized the white middle class and left the Black middle class wanting. We had to climb higher mountains, and it is still the case in the 21st century. So yes, we must deal with this. We have an obligation to deal with this, and government must deal with this. We got to have some truth and reconciliation in these United States of America, baby. And yes, reparations. Let's go and have that conversation. But Sister Celeste, that's going to be a longer, and you know, we need a whole different program to talk about that. So I want to recommend that book to some of us. And I don't know how much time we have left together. And I know I'm giving very extensive answers, because you're really touching on things that require us to pause for a minute and think deeply about what people owe us, what this government owes us. Even the leaders that we elect hold the people's power. Somehow we got this twisted. We've got this twisted that we must worship and lay at the feet of people who were elected. No, baby, they hold our power. And by holding our power, they should be doing our bidding. Hello, somebody. But there's another book, Sister Celeste, I want to recommend, going back to that self-care. And it's a book that's written by my dear sister. Her name is Jennifer Farmer. And the title of that book is First and Only: A Black Woman's Guide to Thriving at Work and in Life. And that is a beautiful self-care book too. So we got a lot of work to do, sisters and brothers. And so in summation, and we Black people, we're not going to do this all by ourselves. We have other folks in this country of all walks of life who have to help us do this work. Because when we do the justice work for Black people, everybody benefits.
Absolutely. So one of our attendees would like to know, what part of your educational experience was most beneficial to you? Courses, subject matter?
Oh my God, you know what? I mean, Dr. Dunn was in my head this morning. Dr. Dorothy Salem is somebody that I will always have a debt of gratitude to, that she really took us under her wing. Mentorship. And she was the kind of mentor, I mean, she followed us all the way, even when we left Cuyahoga Community College. So to the professors and other people, and it just doesn't have to be a professor, any adult that can take on mentoring young people and young adults, you are pouring into them in ways that will pay back dividends. And Dr. Salem certainly did that for Dr. Dunn and myself. And not only did she help us get through past Tri-C, she walked us over to Cleveland State University, and we participated in a program that doesn't exist anymore, I don't think, called the First College. And it was a small liberal arts college within the larger College of Arts, liberal arts, arts and sciences. I will never forget that experience. So mentorship means so much. We need to pour into each other on a regular basis. I would say the courses, my Black history courses, I mean, it was really Dr. Salem that opened our eyes to how important the history of Africans and then their descendants are to what this country is today. And I had never had anybody, I mean, I got little messages from my grandmother in her own way. She only had a third grade education. So we know how our elders pour into us in a motherwit kind of way, in an informal way, but formally understanding why Black history matters, baby, it matters. And I remember even when I was working on that degree, even having people say, you know, you'll never get a job, or why are you studying Black history is not important. You know, those voices that are working on you, trying to work on your mind, while having in that classroom somebody that was a symbol in terms of helping students, all students, Black or white, helping us to understand why the history of African Americans is America's history, and that America wouldn't be America today if it were not for the blood, the sweat, and the tears of Black people, of Africans, and then their descendants on these shores.
Absolutely. Another attendee asks, you mentioned issues that affect Black and Brown people. What opportunities exist for collaboration between those two groups of people?
Oh my God, that's the only way we're gonna tackle this. We gotta form coalition. We need allies. And our Brown sisters and brothers and Indigenous sisters and brothers are our allies, and also our poor white sisters and brothers too. One of the beautiful things, and I'll give two examples. One is when Fannie Lou Hamer in Mississippi challenged the status quo of the Democratic Party, and they formed the Mississippi Democratic Freedom Party. I believe I had that name right, but freedom was definitely in the title. And that was in the 60s, in the early part of the 60s. She did that along with her contemporaries, and they were both Black and white. But you know what they had in common? Poverty. See, they had that thread together. So that's one example of how, and there have been many examples throughout history. We must form allyship with other poor folks, other working class people in this nation that have the kind of true freedom that we're talking about for Black people. Another example is the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Poor People's Campaign. Again, you know, he told the truth in this country about the suffering of the Negro. And he also wrapped around that, or within that, the suffering of other poor people in this nation. And shout out to Reverend Dr. William Barber from North Carolina, who's keeping that alive. And then we had the Rainbow Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson. So there are many touchstones throughout history where we've had leaders or collective leadership who understand that we really are all in this together. We must recognize caste and class. And in recognizing the universality or the intersection of all of those things, we can still and must deal with anti-Blackness within all of that. Anti-Blackness and what happened to our Indigenous sisters and brothers is the foundation for all the other isms. When we think about anti-Semitism, homophobia, sexism, ageism, you name the isms, they are all wrapped and steeped into a white supremacy mandate, a white supremacy that this country was built on. And so we can't play around with it. We got to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and confront that together. That's why we need truth and reconciliation, and we need repair. We got to have it, and we all must work towards that collectively.
Well, I definitely agree with what you're saying about Dr. William Barber and intersectionality. We've got another question here that asks if you have any advice for how to fight the skepticism in those who are convinced that everyone has boots to bootstrap themselves up.
Ooh, Lord. Everybody does not have bootstraps to strap themselves up. Let me tell you something, the minimum wage has not increased for the last 12 years. The federal, and I'm just giving examples to answer this question, so Celeste, the minimum wage has not increased in 12 years. The federal minimum wage, $7.25 for the last 12 years and counting. Yet, the ultra wealthy in this country, some people say that the wealthy is 400 people. I've read other things that say the wealthy is 650 people. So let's just go on and say between 400 folks and 650 folks, their collective wealth has hit well over $1 trillion. and I'm trying not to curse this morning, $1 trillion. So the poor, the working poor, and the barely middle class have every reason to be mad as hell. Nobody begrudges anybody wealth, but we're talking about predatory capitalism at this point in time. We're talking about the second version of the Gilded Age, where the wealth gap, I'm not talking about a job, I'm not just talking about income, I'm talking about the wealth gap is larger. The gulf is larger than all the oceans and seas and rivers and lakes combined. It is unsustainable. It is untenable. It is immoral. It is wicked. It is rotten to the core. And we got to do something about it. So I understand why people are skeptical. But one of the things I said in my remarks today, that there is promise in the problem. And we have to gravitate to that, through that to the promise part, recognize the problem, see the promise. But in order to get to the promise, that means we got to put some sweat equity on this thing. That means we got to rattle some folks. That means we got to go against the status quo. That means that we cannot just go along to get along. I mean, it just burns me so much when people say, I just want to work with this person. No, you know what? Working with don't mean acquiescing to. Working with does not mean that we do not have an obligation to call out injustice. If we cancel student debt, by way of another example, not only will that help all working people in this country, but it will have a particular positive impact on the Black community. And if I drill down even deeper within the Black community, Black women have carry the largest amount of student debt in the United States of America. We got $1.7 trillion with a T worth of student debt in this country. Yet we got to beg folks. Do you know what that would inject so much disposable income and help so many people? I've listened to so many stories. The Debt Collaborative, there are a bunch of young people who started a debt strike, student debt strike in this country. I think they call it the Biden 100 Jubilee or something, where you got 100 students from all walks of life just flat out saying, we're not going to pay. We don't strike. We're striking. It is important. All of those things are important. It is cruel and it is wrong. The way student debt, the crime of going to college, trying to better yourself. And as a first generation college graduate, baby, I can relate. You know, my son and I collectively have almost $100,000 worth of debt collectively. Our sister Turner's still paying off student debt. And I know a lot of other people in those situations and circumstances. There is a lot that government can and must do. And let me just say, put a finer point on this, is that money, when we hear members of Congress in particular, you know, arguing about what they are going to do or not going to do with our money. Sisters and brothers, I want you to know that is our money. So if we want to have a social contract, one to another, that says, let's cancel student debt, and that within that social contract, we decide that we want health care for all in that contract, 2 examples, then let's go ahead and do it, because it's our money. So we got to stop letting these people pretend like it's their money, it's our money. And the very people who benefit from public health care at the taxpayer's dime go sit up there and tell us with a straight face, well, we can't afford. There's something wrong with that. And people like that, they just don't have a heart, as far as I'm concerned, for the people, and their proximity to pain is lacking. We need more people who understand the proximity to pain. We need to elect more people who have been through something. We need to elect more poor people and working class people and barely middle class people who can tell a story, who can testify about how they got over. My soul looks back and wonders how I got over. We need folks elected who have been through some stuff, who understand eviction or having student debt or foreclosure, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the kinds of folks we need to elect, and not these folks who don't understand what it means to be poor.
Proximity to pain. I think there are a lot of us on this conference this morning who understand that proximity to pain. You also said working with doesn't mean acquiescing to. That struck with me. We have another question that's asking if you can speak to the allyship between Black women and white women, especially since it appears that white women have benefited more from equal opportunity efforts?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Again, we got to face the truth in this country. And that doesn't mean we can't have white women as allies. There are many white women who understand this truth and are allies. I mean, talk to Dorothy Salem again, as Dr. Dunn laid out, standing up in that classroom. We looking at our schedule when we joked about this. Looking at the schedule, we registered for Black History course, and we're looking at the schedule, looking at Dr. Dorothy Salem saying we must be in the wrong class, and our ignorance at that time, that she's one of the boldest, baddest sisters to ever walk the face of this earth, invalidating through academia the beauty and the brilliance, the triumph and the pain of Black people as a profession, Ph.D. in Black history. So there are some white people and some white women who get it. So when I make this statement, I'm just talking in generalities, and I think this is what the questioner is asking, is that we must have white women who recognize that they were very much a part and benefited from white male dominance and white supremacy. We just gonna have to say hello somebody on that and not pretend that they were separate and apart from it. They benefited from it, and they continue to benefit from it. So we gotta have that kind of truth talk, and we do need that kind of allyship, because everybody has to fight for justice. And everybody has to recognize that along the justice journey, there are some people who have suffered disproportionately because of how the system is structured, and work together to fix it. It really is just as simple as that. So recognizing the pain, recognizing how the system is structured, recognizing that white people as a whole, there is such a thing as white skin privilege. Now, that doesn't mean that all white people are wealthy, because they are not. There are 140 million, and let me say ultra wealthy, because there's nothing wrong with wealth. Wealth is a big umbrella, and under that umbrella of wealth, I put health, love, life, money. Let's go and talk about that. But when I'm talking about predatory capitalism, the type of ultra wealth that leaves large swaths of people behind, and other people make money hand over fist on the backs and the necks of folks. That's what I'm talking about. Because, I was born poor. I'm not trying to die poor. Can I get a hello somebody? So we all want to be wealthy, but it's the type of unbridled greed that I'm talking about here. So we got to recognize the history, and then fight like hell to create a different future. Just because that's the way things were and are doesn't mean that that's the way things always have to be. They don't have to be that way. So we have allies from all walks of life, but we can't turn our back on or try to pretend like all is well. When you hear people say this is not, it kills me when folks say something, these mainly politicians, this is not who we are. The hell it ain't. It is who we are. This is the nation, chattel slavery. This is the nation that, even before it was a nation, stole the lands of indigenous people, where Christopher Columbus got lost, and then don't start naming folks. No, this is exactly who we are. This is the nation that it took, women, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to get the right to vote. This is the same nation that put, our Japanese sisters and brothers in internment camps. No, this is that nation. No, it is. And we can go on and on and on and on to what has happened in this nation. Our gay, lesbian, transgender, bisexual sisters, brother, name it, name marginalized people. No, this is that very nation, baby, that did those things, starting with anti-Blackness, chattel slavery, and stealing the land from our indigenous sisters and brothers. No, this is that nation. But it doesn't have to be moving into the future. So now let's not delude ourselves. What we can say is that we are working, what the framers say, to form a more perfect union. We got a whole bunch of work to do. And even when they said those words, many of them owned slaves at the time. So we're going to hold on to those words and make this country pay up on that, forming a more perfect union.
This is that nation. And it looks like we are coming close to the end of this session. Senator Turner, we could go on and on with you for another hour, it seems. We have a number of questions that we just aren't going to be able to get to today, but I would like you to leave us with the answer to this one. Ms. McCurry says, I am 73 years old and more isolated, especially with this COVID-19. I cannot be a part of demonstrations. How can seniors like me who want to get more involved again, that want to be more involved in advocacy, what do you recommend?
Sister Celeste, what was our elder's name again?
McCurry.
Miss McCurry. Oh my God. Well, you're doing it right now. You're with us virtually. And that is such a beautiful thing. And I want to thank Ms. McCurry and her generation, because we definitely, without them, we wouldn't be where we are right now. We wouldn't even be able to have this talk that we're having. They have sacrificed so much, and there's so many unknown folks, people whose names we don't know, but we stand in their shadow. We are able to stand right now because of them. So I want to thank you, Ms. McCurry, your generation, for blazing a trail for each and every one of us. I mean, it's just doing things virtually. This COVID is gonna be with us for quite some time. We're gonna have to tame it. We're trying to tame it, but we're gonna be living with it for quite some time. And our elders do need to take extra precautions. But it's doing things virtually, making sure, and I want to say that those of us who are able to be, that's another type of service, because when Ms. McCurry says she's 73 years old and isolated, a lot of our seniors, a lot of our elders are feeling isolated, and that can be very depressing. So if you have elders in your life, baby, come on, send them some love, call them, FaceTime them. There are a lot of apps now where you can, WhatsApp and things, where even if you don't have iPhones, that you can, it doesn't matter what type of phone you have, but we need to check in on our elders, even if it's only virtually. Go past their house, do a love drive-by, that's what we're gonna call it. And wave at them and bring them meals and flowers and smiles and virtual hugs. Because as human beings, we need that touch, we need that love, and our elders need it. So, Ms. McCurry, you are doing what you can do right now. Don't doubt that you are not a part of the ingredient to make this world a better place. You're doing it right now. You're here with us, Project 400. And we're just going to use all the social media tools at our disposal until we get this COVID tamed into such a way that our elders will not be as vulnerable, and that we are going to go outside. Brighter days are coming. Now, it may take a little longer than we would like, but it is absolutely coming. Sister Celeste, thank you for just being an excellent moderator. And I just want to thank you all for just being here. I mean, you could be anywhere this Saturday morning, but we're using our time to learn from one another and to be enlightened by one another. We are all of that. And you have just definitely lifted my spirits to be able to have this conversation with you. And I want to close on a positive note, if I may. Yes, we got to recognize the problems to be able to solve them, but there's promise in the problem. I want you to know that in your heart, even though we've had some very heavy conversation. But I want to end with grandma. So this is a story about my grandmother I tell all the time. My grandmother only had third grade education, but she could read or write. My grandmother only had third grade education. She could not read or write, but she could count her money. And she kept her money in the Southern Ladies Bank and Trust, baby, with a handkerchief. Y'all know what I'm talking about, that Southern Ladies Bank and Trust. And when I asked my grandmother, what does it take to be successful in life? She said, my dear granddaughter, all you need are the three bones: the wishbone, the jawbone, and the backbone. She said the jawbone is for hoping and praying. See, hope is the motivator, but the dream is the driver. The jawbone is for lifting your voice, for speaking truth to power. Titles are good, but purpose is better. But the most important bone of them all, the supercalifragilistic expialidocious bone, baby, is the backbone, because the backbone will keep us standing through all of our trials and our tribulations. In this life, sisters and brothers, we're going to go through some stuff, but you can't have a testimony without a test. And we are being tested both individually and communally to determine whether we have courage enough and conviction enough to do what is necessary in our time. So I want you to take my grandmother's three bones and be encouraged even as we go through. Because when a conscious-minded people are on the move, there is nothing, and I mean nothing on this earth, that can stand in our way. Peace and blessings to all of you, and just thank you for this opportunity, my opportunity, to be with you this fine Saturday morning.
Peace and blessings to you too, Senator Turner. Thank you so much. And Dr. Dunn says, in addition to his thanks and his love, he says you have to come back and lead that conversation on reparations. So you know, look for
only if we're leading it together, sister. So let him know he got to lead it with me. We'll do it side by side.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Bye.
Bless you.
My. Okay, thank you so much, Senator Turner. My goodness, we have learned so much from you. We've been inspired from you. Those of us who know you knew you would speak truth to power, but I thank you because you brought it this morning. And I know everyone is inspired. So to say peace and blessings is almost an understatement, but we wish peace and blessings on you. Keep that backbone, keep that jawbone working, keep that wishbone working. Thank you for helping us think about the promise that is in the problems, because sometimes as we think about these issues and talk about them and lay it all out like you did for us, it can get us down. But I thank you for reminding us that there is promise in our problems. Fantastic. Absolutely marvelous. So I have a script here. I don't want to forget it. Those of you who were watching online, please take a moment to tell us what stood out most for you. Just drop your thoughts in the chat so that we know what you're thinking. Powerful, powerful session. Up next is our first artistic break of the day, which will be followed by our first panel of the day. The panel will focus on criminal justice and be moderated by my colleague at Case Western Reserve, Professor Aisha Bell Hardaway. This artistic break is special. It's a music video from Teda Prince, a young man who happens to be the nephew of award-winning artist and performer John Legend. It has a powerful social justice message for all of us to think about. Teda Prince, you're on.
George Floyd repeatedly told the officers that he could not breathe.
On February 23rd, my son, Ahmaud Arbery, went out for a job.
Newly released video shows the aftermath of the police killing of Breonna Taylor in Louisville.
But the Floyd name still lives on.
Hey Tavon, it's your mom. I was just calling to check up on you, making sure you're doing okay. I also wanted to remind you, you can only love your neighbor as much as you love yourself. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're protecting your mind. All right, love you. Bye.
For my brother, for my sister, for my cousins and my lovers, all God's children. This is for these streets. This is for the weak. If you're feeling down, come on now, come and listen. We need to love one another, need to hug one another. We sell drugs to each other. A brother will say he love you, but he'll still kill you. And that right there, dog, will be the end of us, but this will be the hell of us. I got the blueprint, how I'm gonna save us. I have the blueprint, how I'm gonna make it. And everybody back home, I ain't forget about you. Don't focus on the current, it will drown you out. And if you lost in the hood, you can't get out. And it's the world savior, watch me walk it out. Story of my life that I'm about to talk about. How we go from being kings to fiends and now to dreams. Just to be a trap star. And many times go down that road and they didn't get far. And if you tired of the stressing, let this be a lesson. Love is the answer to the question. My brother, for my sister, for my cousins and my lovers, all God's children. This is for these streets. This is for the weak. If you're feeling down, come on now, come and listen. Dear America, what did destroy heritage? You took our history, changed it, and then you buried dead. And I'm just curious, why won't we be like Paris skin? It's the same way Sammy Sosa wanna bleach his skin, like they painted Jesus Christ as a white man. Around and around we go, where the love at? And when you look in the mirror, do you love that? Self-hatred, displacement. It's funny how the hate take on different faces, and how happiness can get you through the mazes. And when you come out, you on top. And keep moving on, cause the hate don't stop. You gotta help yourself to get the love back. You gotta help yourself to get the love back. You gotta help yourself to get the love back. Now where the love at? Now where the love at? For my brother, for my sister, for my cousins and my lovers, all God's children. This is for these streets. This is for the weak. If you're feeling down, come on now, come and listen. Hey, love one another, love one another. Oh yeah, come on. Hey, my sisters and my brothers, love one another. Oh yeah, come on. Hey, my sisters and my brothers, love one another. Oh yeah.
We are ready for our next panel, led by Aisha Bell Hardaway.
Thank you, Dr. Mobley. Here we go. Okay, great. I see Dr. Dunn and I see Dr. Black. Good morning. If we're going to start, Dr. Dunn, would you like for me to begin?
Do we have all of our panelists, Dr. Hardaway?
I don't.
Is Mr. Butler, Professor Butler, is he with us?
Okay, no, he's not. I'm getting word that he is not yet on. I know we were set to start this at 11:30, and so I just want to be mindful of that.
Yes. Why don't we
get started?
No, I'm thinking in that it was scheduled at 11:30. I'm thinking if we can give everyone maybe a 15-minute intermission. We have 11:15 now. I think in that Professor Butler was our planned panelist, or It's your call, Dr. Hardaway. If you'd like, we could begin, and hopefully he would join us at that time, or we could wait.
I'm fine with an intermission if maybe the attendees would like the opportunity to take a little bit of a break.
Why don't we give everyone a 15-minute refresh break, an opportunity to relieve themselves and get some water and things of that nature. Thank you.
We knew that the video was a little bit shorter.
Thank you everyone for your patience this morning. We are taking a brief intermission and we'll return at 11:30 with our next panel. So our first panel of the morning will begin at 11:30. So take a moment, get a glass of water, run an errand real quick in your house, tell the kids to be quiet, and come back so that you can enjoy the rest of the panel.
Perfect. Welcome back. My, oh my, what a treat and an inspiration it was for me to hear from Senator Nina Turner this morning. That was amazing. I needed every bit of that energy. I know I'm not the only one who was energized and inspired by her call to action. There were so many gems to take away from what she said this morning. And I'm convinced that my all-time favorite Sister Senator quote is, "Titles are good, but purpose is better." Boy, did I need to hear that. What an encouraging word. So moving to our next Project 400 conversation, as we think about the twin pandemics, we know that racial injustice in all of its forms is the parasitic lifeline of this nation. Eradicating racial injustice will undoubtedly change not just the landscape of America, it will change the way that this country feeds itself. Racial equality means that white supremacy and those who benefit from it will no longer be able to thrive from having their knees on our necks and sucking the life out of Black and Indigenous people of color. So thank you for joining us for today's first panel conversation and presentation, Policing Mass Incarceration and Social Control of Black America. We are fortunate to have 3 scholars, researchers, and amazing thought leaders with us to discuss some of the ways that the American criminal legal system is a key contributor to the perpetuation of racial inequality. So our plan for the panel is for you to hear from each of them, and then for us to take questions from the audience. So please just allow me to introduce our panelists first. First, of course, the man who needs no introduction and is marshaling this conference, Dr. Ronnie Dunn. Dr. Dunn received a Ph.D. in urban studies at Cleveland State University in 2004. His research and teaching interests include racial and social justice, crime and the criminal justice system, policing, diversity, and issues affecting minorities and the urban poor. He was appointed Chief Diversity Officer at Cleveland State University in July of 2018, and is responsible for developing and advancing policies and practices that enhance diversity, inclusion, and equity throughout the university and the broader Cleveland community. Next, Dr. Tim Black. Dr. Black is an associate professor of sociology, and his scholarly work examines the intersections between larger social structures and personal lives. He attempts to identify the processes and mechanisms through which social and economic marginalization are reproduced, and to show how life in marginalized spaces is negotiated and contested. His research focuses on the post-1970s period of neoliberalism and its impact on the working class and marginalized community. He advances a medium of sociological storytelling to illustrate how social structures are lived. Dr. Black teaches courses on capitalism, cities and inequality, race and mass incarceration, the history of social and political thought, and qualitative research methods. One of my favorite courses in undergrad. And then first up, but last in the introductions, is Professor Paul Butler. Paul Butler is the Albert Brick Professor in Law at Georgetown University Law Center and a legal analyst on MSNBC. I'm sure you all have seen him. During the 2017-18 academic year, he was the Bennett Bosky visiting professor at Harvard Law School. Professor Butler is one of the nation's most frequently consulted scholars on issues of race and criminal justice. You've seen his work profiled on 60 Minutes, Nightline, and ABC, CBS, and NBC evening news programs. He lectures regularly for the American Bar Association and the NAACP, and at colleges, law schools, and community organizations throughout the United States. Professor Butler's scholarship has been published in many leading scholarly journals, including the Georgetown Law Journal, Yale Law Journal, Harvard Law Review, Stanford Law Review, and the UCLA Law Review. He was named the Professor of the Year 3 times by the George Washington graduating class, right? That's GW. One of my dear friends is a former student. I need to tell you about that later, Professor Butler. And he was elected to the American Law Institute in 2003. Professor Butler's book, Let's Get Free, A Hip Hop Theory of Justice, received the Harry Chapin Media Award. His book, Chokehold, Policing Black Men, was published in July 2017. The Washington Post named it one of the 50 best nonfiction books of the year. Chokehold was also named one of the best books of the year by Kirkus Reviews and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The New York Times described Chokehold as the best book on criminal justice reform since the new Jim Crow. It was a finalist for the 2018 NAACP Image Award for Best Nonfiction. Professor Butler served as a federal prosecutor with the United States Department of Justice prior to becoming a professor, where his specialty was public corruption. His prosecutions included a United States senator, 3 FBI agents, and several other law enforcement officials. Professor Butler is a graduate of Yale University and Harvard Law School, and he will be the first leg of our presenters today. Welcome, gentlemen, and welcome, Professor Butler. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I'm hearing an echo. Do you guys hear an echo?
I do hear an echo. I do hear an echo.
Okay, let's see if you can. I'm not sure why that is. I'm going to turn down my volume.
Now you're muted.
Okay, how's that? I still hear the echo. That's weird. Oh no, there's.
The echo's certainly less on my end. Does it sound better to you, Professor Dunn, Dr. Dunn?
Yes, yes, it does. It's much better.
Okay. All right, well, so I'll get started. Hopefully that can be fixed. Yeah, so thank you. It's great to be here. It's wonderful to be part of this important conversation. And I especially appreciate that lovely introduction. So thank you, Aisha. But now, in the words of Jay-Z, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Paul Butler, and I represent the people. That's how I used to start my opening statement. As you heard, I was a prosecutor. I represented the government in criminal court in the District of Columbia, and I used that power to put Black men in prison, and Black women, and Latinx people, and immigrants. Like a lot of prosecutors, that was pretty much all I did. During the time that I did that work, I learned some things. My work as a prosecutor has been about, my work as a law professor has been about what I've learned. And so you've seen in the chat that there might be another device on, so I'm gonna do, I don't think so, but I'm gonna try one thing. So excuse me for one second. Okay, yeah, that didn't fix it, but I'll keep going. I think this will work. So during the time that I did the work as a prosecutor, I learned some things. As I said, my work as a scholar has been about what I've learned. So that's what I want to talk about this afternoon. I grew up not far from where you are in Chicago, the south side of Chicago. And as a kid, I had some bad experiences with the cops. And my family had some bad experiences with criminals. And I hope that by being a prosecutor, I could make the system work better for everybody. So I went in as kind of an undercover brother, hoping that I could fix things, change things from within. What I learned is that the system is too broke to fix. as a prosecutor, it seemed like my job was convincing judges to send Black men to prison. And that was very easy work. That's what the system is designed to do. So I became a prosecutor because I don't like bullies. I stopped being a prosecutor because I don't like bullies. When I left the Justice Department, I got a job as a law professor. Most of my work has focused on the theory and practice of punishment in the United States. And I wrote one of the first law review articles about mass incarceration. And this was in the 1990s. I recommended that people who committed non-violent drug offenses should not get locked up. I thought that they needed treatment, not punishment. And now, 30 years later, most people understand that. It's not radical, it's common sense. So what I want to do is to take you to the lab to see where we will be in the next 30 years. I want us to imagine abolishing prison. And this is not my idea. In the early 1900s, Emma Goldman and other socialists promoted abolition. In the late 1990s, there were influential social scientists in Scandinavian countries who were abolitionists. And in the United States, most recently, abolition has been a Black feminist project promoted by scholars and activists and leaders like Angela Davis, Ruthie Gilmore, and the women who started the movement for Black lives. So, what's it mean? Let me start with what it doesn't mean. And what it doesn't mean, as I share my screen, is letting every person who's locked up come home tomorrow. So think about abolition, think of abolition as a gradual project. A project of gradual decarceration with the idea of seeing how close we can get to completely eliminating incarceration while finding alternative means of accomplishing any of the possible benefits of prison. And most abolitionists would admit that there's a small group of people who would need to be closely supervised by the government to prevent them from causing serious physical harm to others. And that group is known as the dangerous few. So I know the concept of abolishing prison, it sounds kind of utopian. I want to explain how it's not utopian. And it doesn't even have to be radical or transformative, but I hope it will be. And I know that sounds crazy to some people. So I'm going to make 3 points. First is that we need to abolish prison in order to solve the problem of mass incarceration, because reform won't work. The second point is that there are alternatives to prison that can give us any of the crime control benefits that we get from incarceration. And the third point is that to be truly transformative, abolition has to be more than just tearing down walls. It also has to be about building something up. So what's the problem with reform? Reform won't fix mass incarceration. So you all know that around 1990, the United States embarked on the largest expansion of a prison population in the history of the world. How did we go from locking up 400,000 people in 1990 to 1.6 million people in 2012? It's not like all of a sudden people in the US started committing crimes that they hadn't committed in 1990. Sending all these people to jail was the result of law and policy decisions, with the result being that the United States has 5% of the world's population and 25% of the world's prisoners. Look at the huge difference between the United States and the number 2 country, because that's important. We'll come back to that in a moment. If there's an ideal rate of incarceration, and I have a problem with that whole construct, but a lot of criminologists would say that the optimal rate of incarceration is somewhere around 100 people locked up for every 100,000 people in the population. And that's where the United States was until the 1980s. And that's where many of the countries that we like to compare ourselves to now are. So you can see on the chart that France is at 101. US 666. How should we feel about the fact that so many people are locked up? Is it even a problem? To some people, it's not. It's just a reflection of our politics or culture or values or our crime control strategy. There is, though, an emerging consensus across political and ideological lines that mass incarceration is a problem. And different people have different theories about what the problem is. My work is focused on racial justice. And you can see if a reformer thinks of 100 people locked up per 100,000 people in the population, that in the US, the rate for white folks is too high. And the Black incarceration rate, that line in red, is almost literally off the charts. So social justice is another ideal that leads some people to abolition. 80% of people who are in prison live below the poverty line before they got locked up. And it's not just about prosecutors. Many of our conservative friends say that we should be locking up fewer people because it's fiscally irresponsible to lock up as many people as we do. Let's say it costs about $25,000, $30,000 per year to keep someone in prison for a year. You multiply that by the 2.3 million people in American prisons and jails now. Fiscal conservatives would say it's classic wasteful government spending. Libertarians are also mad. How many federal crimes are there? We don't know. Literally, nobody has been able to count just the federal crimes. There are at least 4,000. So I, from time to time, work with people in Senator Rand Paul's office. They think that this is government power gone wild. And of course, many of our friends in faith communities think that our criminal legal process should be more redemptive. They believe in second chances, even for people who've made big mistakes. So all these people are calling for change. I'm right there with them. I find the racial justice arguments the most persuasive. In my book, Chokehold, I say that we ended up here because of anxiety about Black men. This is an image from a series by the artist Rashid Johnson. He calls the series Anxious Men. And there's a lot of data that suggests Black men make people nervous. When a white person sees an African-American man that she doesn't know, a part of the brain that's associated with fear is activated. And it hasn't always been this way. So here's a 3-minute version of Black History for Black History Month. This version focuses on stereotypes about Black men and how they've traveled over time. So fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be a rough ride. Black history in the United States starts with slavery. And during this time, white Americans didn't regard Black men as violent or prone to crime. And it makes sense when you think about the close proximity between white folks and enslaved people. They would not have wanted us around if they thought that we were dangerous. So there were stereotypes. We were heathens. We were stupid. We were comical, but we weren't scary. In the early 1800s, we have the invention of prison as a form of punishment. So the first penitentiary in the world is in Philadelphia. But the concept of incarceration as a form of punishment is slow to take hold. So if you were to go to a prison during slavery or shortly thereafter, you wouldn't find many Black inmates. You'd see immigrants, you'd see poor white people, but few Blacks. In 1865, the Civil War ends, emancipation changes everything. Suddenly, in the white imaginary, Black men are threatened. We're brutes, we're violent, we're ape-like. We're lasciviously attracted to white women, and so we have to be controlled by private justice. And Jim Crow does some of the work that slavery did. So then there's this sustained campaign by Thurgood Marshall, who before he became the first Black person on the Supreme Court, was the greatest civil rights lawyer of all time. And he sets out with people like Pauline Marshall, Constance Baker Motley to end American apartheid. People say it's impossible, but in 1954, Brown versus Board of Education, he wins the ultimate battle. And what happens? Not a whole lot. Things don't change that much, especially for African Americans in the North. And so now we're in the 1960s and we have two huge developments for understanding where we are today. We have a rise in crime, especially in urban communities. And we have uprisings all over the country that make what looked like what happened this summer look like child's play. So as a response to these two developments, the Supreme Court starts giving police more and more power to control these uprisings and to control crime. In 1967, after one of the huge insurrections in Detroit, the Supreme Court decides a case called Terry versus United States. And in that case, the Supreme Court gives the police the power to stop and frisk. And the result is that now the prisons are teeming with African American men. There are more Black people in the criminal legal process today than there were slaves in 1850. So we have to do better. And if you think that we lock up too many people, how do you fix that? Some people say abolition, it's too radical. Don't throw the system out, just fix it. That's reform. How would it work? So if you want to reform the system, what would you do? People have thought a lot about this, and where most reformers end up is reducing sentences for minor crimes. So people who are locked up for these minor crimes, they make up less than 25% of all inmates, but that's still a lot of people. So the Brennan Center, it's a think tank at New York University. It has one of the most thoughtful proposals for reform. So let's use that as our example. And what the Brennan Center says is that 40% of people who are locked up now could come home tomorrow, 40%, and we wouldn't even notice it. And how would that work? So you can see from the charts that what we would do is stop locking up most people for non-violent crime. And we leave prison for people who've caused harm or for serious non-violent criminal offenses. So how would that work? What would be the effect on mass incarceration if we reduced imprisonment by 40%? Bad news. Reform wouldn't have a major impact. Even with a 40% reduction, the United States would continue to lead the world in incarceration. So if you remember the difference on that comparative chart between the US and Israel, Israel is the number 2 country for the world's leading jailer. Even if we reduced our prison population by half, we'd still be number 1. We'd still lock up more people than that number 2 country. Well, what about race disparities? If we enacted this proposal to lock up fewer people for nonviolent offenses, race disparities would get worse, not better. And this is why. These are the crimes that under almost every proposal for reform, people still get locked up for. So think of these as some of the most serious crimes, not exclusive. We don't see sexual assault on this list, for example. But these are some of the worst crimes. And a lot of people have this idea that drug offenses are responsible for mass incarceration, but that's just not right. Most people who are incarcerated in state prisons are there for violent offenses. And since reform mainly focuses on people who've committed nonviolent offenses, the people who've caused harm would still be locked up. And why would that make race disparities worse? So in my book, Chokehold, I call these the ugly facts, part 1. So I think this data reflects actual rates of offending rather than any kind of formal discrimination or selective law enforcement. That would not be true of drug crimes or misdemeanors, but for homicide and armed robbery, arrest rates are fairly accurate proxies for who's committing the crime. The majority of victims of these offenses are African-American men. So while mass incarceration and race disparities are frequently lumped together, they're different problems that require different solutions. Reform makes a dent in mass incarceration, but it doesn't end it. And reform might have the ironic impact of making race disparities work. So I want to conclude by thinking about abolition and how it would work and what it would mean. It's a blunt instrument. So when it happens, most of these people, including people who have committed these serious offenses, would get to come home. There'd still be an intervention from the state. It just wouldn't be caging these people. And again, not everybody, remember that concept of the dangerous few? So think of a subset of people who are convicted of murder, a small subset being that dangerous few, people who even under an abolitionist regime would still be closely supervised by the government to prevent them from causing more harm. But everybody else Everybody else gets to come home. Why isn't that crazy? So we can think about the central struggles for African-American liberation. They've been abolitionist movements, right? Abolition of slavery, abolition of the old Jim Crow. The movement for Black Lives frames its struggle as an abolitionist struggle as well, abolition of prison. So these are the two most important questions I want you to think about as you ponder abolition. What is it that you think prison does? And are there ways that we can do that don't involve locking human beings in cages? And most people would say that prison keeps us safe from people who would hurt us if they weren't locked up. And prison makes people who've done bad things responsible for what they've done. But for those of us who've been in the system, worked in the system, have family members in the system, we know that prison actually doesn't do either one of those things very well. And then the question is, well, are there ways that we can be safer and that we can make people who've caused harm take responsibility in ways that work better than incarceration? And the answer is yes. So here's the wild thing. Prison actually started as a reform, a liberal reform. So this is the first prison. The idea was that criminals would be in cages by themselves for a few years. That silence, that discipline would make them penitent. That's where the word penitentiary comes from. And they would leave better women and men than when they entered. And that was a liberal reform because it was a step forward from the way that people have been punished before prison, which was by killing them or hurting their bodies or banishing them from their communities or fining them. How'd the experiment work out? A couple of centuries down the road, we know that it's been a miserable failure. Prisons don't work. Most young people who go to prison and come home get locked up again in the next couple of years. Prisons themselves are horrible places. They're violent, they're dangerous, they're noisy, they stink. Almost nobody leaves better than when they came. Okay, but you might say, at least they keep us safe, at least those of us on the outside safe. Is that right? Probably not. We know that crime has gone down a whole lot since the 1990s. And some people want to give prison the credit. But there's no consensus among criminologists about the relationship between the crime rate and the incarceration rate. And that's in part because we have no idea what makes crime go up and down. So you've heard theories ranging from how the economy is doing to demographics, like how many young men there are in the population, to environmental factors like lead poisoning, to legal factors like the availability of abortion. And it's easy to rebut any of those as major explanations of what makes crime go up, what makes it go down. And the same thing is true with regard to incarceration. In the US, violent crime has mainly gone down in recent years. The incarceration rate has mainly gone up. But at the same time that crime has gone down in the United States, this is kind of freaky. Crime has gone down all over the world. And as we've already seen, no other country uses prison at the rate that the United States does. Okay, so let me finish by thinking about myths about prison and why abolition isn't so scary. So remember this chart? And a lot of people will look at the fact that the average sentence for murder in the United States is around 12 years and find that scary because it's just 12 years. What it means is that 95% of people who are incarcerated, including for the most serious crimes, come home. They're here right now. They're watching this. Many people who've committed serious violent offenses are our friends, our relatives, us. And what about this concern that, well, even if there's no crime control benefit, some people should be locked up just because they did something bad. They deserve it. Well, that's actually not what happens to most people who do harm. So these are policies that I call de facto abolition right now. And most people who are victims of crime don't report it to the police. Half of violent crime is not reported. And when it is reported, the police, prosecutors have a lot of discretion about whether to bring charges. What happens when the state learns of a crime? So the clearance rate is the percent of people who are arrested when an offense is reported. So you can see from this chart that 40% of people literally get away with murder and manslaughter. And that crime has the highest clearance rate. Most violent crime is not cleared. So if you're doing the math, most violent crime is not reported to the police. And when it is reported, in more than half the cases, there's no punishment. When people don't report a crime, they say it's because they don't think anything's going to happen, or what will happen, the person getting locked up, isn't the result that they want. So imagine if we had a system where when people were hurt, they could actually rely on the government to help them in a way that was meaningful to them. I think that that would make us a lot safer. And the last thing I'll say is that the reason that I'm especially persuaded by abolition is for racial justice. Remember the ugly facts part 1? Some people would say, well, what's the problem with locking these men up, and 90% of people who commit violent crimes are men? And what's the problem with locking them up if they've hurt other people? Well, in favor of going all the way to abolition, I find the racial justice arguments persuasive. It's like when death penalty abolitionists say that we can never have a death penalty that's not all about race and class. I think that's true. And I think the same thing is true for other forms of punishment. These are the ugly facts part 2. And these numbers, as tragic as they are, actually obscure how dire the situation is. Most African-American children are raised by a Black woman who does not live with her partner, and her average net worth is $100. So I want to say that Black men are not committing these crimes because we are Black. Living in a high poverty community places one at risk for violent crime as a harm doer or as a victim. 7 out of 8 people who live in these communities in the United States are Black and Latinx. And abolition isn't just about tearing things down. It's also about creating opportunities. And here the comparison with earlier abolitionist movements is instructive. W.E.B. Du Bois understood that the abolition of slavery had to be more than just announcing to the enslaved people that they're free to leave the plantation. If that's all it was, Du Bois says it's not going to work. And for prison abolition to be transformative, we need the same kind of positive concept. Near the end of his term, President Obama endorsed what he called a Marshall Plan for high poverty communities. So think of that. Remember 40 Acres and the Mule? That's W.E.B. Du Bois's idea about what it would take, the mule, the 40 acres, for Black people to truly be emancipated from slavery. What's the equivalent for prison emancipation? I think that's the project. I think that's going to be part of this conversation that I'm looking forward to having with my esteemed panelists. And so I'll stop there and look forward to hearing from my colleagues in a great conversation. Thanks.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you, Professor Butler, for that opening of this session. Before I get started, I want to thank Dr. Dunn, Dr. Mobley, Janice Eaton Williams, Janelle, Celeste, all the organizers that have put this together. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with such eminent scholars and thinkers. It's an honor to follow Nina Turner, Senator Turner, this morning, who's such an extraordinary force in this state and across the country. My talk today is about, it comes from a paper that I published with a co-author, Lacey Caparelli. Lacey's here today, so I want to give a shout out to her as well. That's a name that all of you should be aware of, Lacey Caparelli. She's doing some really important work on gentrification in the Detroit Shoreway. You want to pay some attention to her down the road. The title of our paper that was published in a special edition of Cultural Encounters, Conflicts and Resolutions was entitled "The New Debt Peonage in the Era of Incarceration." And that's what I want to talk about today, the new debt, what we are calling the new debt peonage. And I think you'll see how it fits into some of the comments that Professor Butler made earlier, and I'll try to make some connections towards the end of the talk. What we're focusing on, or what I'm focusing on today, is the role that debt plays in labor subordination and social control and in racial subjugation. So if I'm referring to the new debt peonage during the era of mass incarceration, what is the old debt peonage? When I say debt peonage, I'm referring to debt that is paid off through coerced work. It's sometimes called debt bondage, sometimes called debt slavery. Debt peonage was actually outlawed by the US Congress in 1867, but it was circumvented, and debt peonage became a key mechanism for the reorganization of capitalism and white supremacy in the South after slavery. It reorganized the agricultural economy through sharecropping. So because the freed blacks, freed slaves, did not have capital to purchase land because they did not receive, as Professor Butler said, their promised 40 acres and a mule. Black farmers were forced to lease land from white landowners. White landowners controlled all of the material resources, the seeds, the materials, the living supplies, commodity pricing, and so forth. All of this, of course, was reinforced through white vigilante terrorism, and it imposed spiraling debt on sharecroppers that kept them tethered to the post-slavery Southern agricultural economy. So it rebuilt the agricultural economy in the South after slavery. More horrifically, convict leasing. The convict leasing system was a system by which Black bodies were largely gathered up through the criminal justice system based on a wide range of criminal offenses associated with the Black codes that prohibited Blacks from changing jobs, from riding freight cars, from engaging in loosely construed sexual activities with white women and so forth. It was a mechanism for gathering up white bodies in the criminal justice system, assessing fines and fees that Blacks were unable to pay, and this debt was then sold to corporations. It was sold to corporations in which these offenders were then forced to work off these debts. And who were they sold to? They were sold to iron and steelwork companies, mines, farms, sawmills, and the railroad. In other words, debt was used as a way of rebuilding the agricultural economy. It was a way of industrializing the South. It was a way of restoring capitalism and white supremacy in the South. Okay, so if that's the old debt peonage, what is the new debt peonage that I'm referring to today? So if you think about the graphs that Professor Butler showed, of course, the new debt peonage in the period of mass incarceration, we're talking about the period from the mid-1970s until it peaks, the mass incarceration peaks in 2008. This is a marker of a historical period. Historians will be writing about this period in mass incarceration. Very central to this period is as others have heard me say, the age of disgrace, the era of disgrace in the U.S., in which we become by far, as those charts showed earlier, by far the leading carceral nation in the country. But what is the role of debt in this system? That's what I want to bring some attention to. What is the role of debt in the system? Because while a lot of the focus, when we refer to mass incarceration, a lot of the focus is on incarceration, we also have to broaden this and think about it in terms of community control, or the numbers of adults in the United States whose lives are being managed by the criminal justice system, not just in prisons and in jails, but also under probation and under parole. And when we expand that, while today we lock up at any given time, there are about 2.2 million men and women who are locked up in prisons and in jails, the criminal justice system nationally is controlling a little less than 6 million people when we include probation and parole. We lock up about 24%, but about 61% nationally are under probation supervision. Another 15% are under parole supervision. So, what's the role of debt? What's the role of debt within this criminal justice system and as a form of social control? So what kinds of debt are we talking about? So there's several different kinds of debt. One category of debt that we refer to is what's called legal financial obligations. And this includes fines, it includes restitution costs and fees. Fines are for the purpose of punitive sanctions. Restitution, it reimburses victims for crimes, and fees are associated, and this is the important one I want to talk about, is that it's associated with the purpose of reimbursing the public cost, right? So it's sometimes referred to as the neoliberal rationale for this is that persons who are accused or convicted of crimes are expected to pay for their own costs of their court proceedings and their punishment. Now, this debt is dischargeable through bankruptcy. The failure to pay these fines can result in imprisonment or what we might call requisite unpaid labor, in other words, community service. So with the explosive growth of the criminal justice system, that we've referred to, a 500% increase during that period from the late 1970s to 2008, there was also about a 250% increase in parole and probation. So where these fees are assessed at various times during the process, their fees accumulate at the pre-sentencing, such things as booking fees and fingerprinting fees and lab testing fees, jury fees, application for public defender fees, bail fees. They occur at sentencing, for investigatory reports, public defender and prosecutor reimbursements, court administration. They occur during incarceration for room and board in some cases, telephone costs, medical services, programming, and they occur particularly after release for probation and parole service fees. So offenders who are on probation or parole are expected to pay for that supervision. Electronic monitoring, those who are walking around with the bracelets, electronic monitoring bracelets, they're paying for those bracelets. Mandatory treatment and aftercare classes and drug testing. All these are fees that are being assessed. And again, I want to just underscore that this debt is not dischargeable through bankruptcy, but there are other kinds of fees as well. And of course, the the tragedy in Ferguson has brought some attention to the issue of traffic fines and fees, and the role that traffic fines or fines and fees for traffic violations that disproportionately fall on communities of color is another mechanism by which debt accumulates. And as in the case of Ferguson, we found that about 20% of the municipal budget was being paid for by these traffic violations, these fines and fees and traffic violations, again, that were disproportionately being assessed on Black and brown, or in case of Ferguson, mostly on African-American drivers. So when we think about also the period of the war on drugs, which was a mechanism that greatly expanded the prison population during the 80s and the 90s, very often drug felonies also included suspensions of driver's license. So traffic stops targeting Black and brown drivers in segregated urban communities turns up scores of local residents driving without suspended licenses. This then becomes a mounting form of debt. So more debt gets assessed when residents are unable to pay that debt. They drive anyway, they get caught again, the debt continues to increase. Sometimes this results in incarceration and so forth. And then the third kind of debt that I would mention as well, that's very important in terms of understanding debt in the criminal justice system, is child support debt. Many men we know that around 1/2 of all prisoners in the US have open child support cases, and child support very often accumulates while men are in prison. So let me just give you an example of the kinds of debt that we're talking about. So my research partner, some of you probably know Damian Calvert. Damian was formerly incarcerated. He spent 18.5 years in Ohio prisons. He's now an extraordinary asset in the community, doing a lot of really great anti-violence work in the community. Damian and I went into an alternative incarceration facility in Cleveland. We developed relationships. We ran some programs, a class inside, which we called the study circles class. We developed relationships, and we followed a group of men after they were released from prison to learn more about their experiences around trying to re-enter back into the community. We started this study, we were interested in learning about issues around fatherhood and masculinity and criminalization and so forth. But very quickly, we stumbled upon this issue of debt. We were rather shocked by the levels of debt that we were learning about, that many of these men were going back into the community with. So what we did was we organized a second wave of the study in which we would focus a little more on debt in addition to those other issues that I talked about. But we wanted to provide a little more of a gaze on what was going on in terms of debt. So there were 30 men who were in this second wave. And these were men, we didn't select them because they had debt. We didn't know that they had debt. We developed relationships inside and we followed them out. And so we calculated the amount of as I said earlier, the LFL debt, so the court fines, the fees, the restitution costs. We also included child support debt. We also found, which isn't surprising, that a lot of these men also had medical debt and educational debt. Some of the studies have shown that people with court debt, criminal debt, are twice as likely to have student loan debt, 1.5 times likely to have credit card debt, and 3 times likely to have medical debt. So what we did was we combined all these forms of debt. So we looked at traffic debt or motor vehicle debt, court debt, including fines, fees, restitution, child support debt, medical debt, and education debt. And so for these 30 men, right, the average debt that they were coming out of this facility with was about $25,000. Okay. Now the median debt, some of the reason for that average was high is because some on the higher end had very high levels of debt. But still the median debt, so the middle of those 30, was about $10,000. And when we calculated the total debt from all 30 of them, the total debt was $732,831. Okay. I want to say that again. The total debt was $732,831. Okay, so what we're trying to do in this paper is to draw attention to this issue as a form of social control, right? That the criminal justice system is about very much like it was during the period during Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction, that debt plays a key role in control, in social control. Because when we think about it, right, this is legal debt that has been assessed upon a population in which it is so substantial, it's far, far more substantial relative to their earning power, right? What's the likelihood? So for most of these men, this debt will continue for the rest of their lives. And what are the consequences of this? Well, it affects credit ratings, which affects employment and housing and bank loans. In some cases, it can affect occupational licenses. It results in long-term indebtedness. It reduces family and household income. It can also result in voter suppression, as we saw in the Florida case. In Florida, they passed through a ballot initiative, passed a landmark victory in which it provided the formerly incarcerated men and women the right to vote. But what did the legislature in Florida, in reaction to this, very quickly passed a law that permitted only those who had paid off all of this debt that I'm talking about, this criminal debt, only if they had paid off this debt were they allowed to vote. So it becomes a form of voter repression as well. There's highest risk of, because of this debt, there's a higher risk of future arrest warrants or failure to pay, possible reincarceration. And most importantly, I think, or in many ways, one of the most important things is it incentivizes criminal behavior, right? This impacts recidivism rates for new crimes and probation and parole violations. Of the 30 men in our study, 57% were reincarcerated within 2 years of their release from this alternative incarceration facility. And 35% of those men were incarcerated due to probation violations. What's the relevance to African Americans? Well, it should be fairly obvious, I think. The discrimination against Blacks at every stage of the criminal justice system has been very well documented. Blacks are more likely to be arrested for crimes, to be convicted and sentenced, and overrepresented in prisons. In Ohio, Blacks make up 12% of the population and about 40% of state prisoners. In the county we're in right here, Cuyahoga County, they make up about 30% of the population and about 73% of jail prisoners. The decarceration movement, of course, has gained some steam, and we're starting to see some results. But we must now expand this vision to include prisoner reentry and the central role that debt plays within it. There's been approximately a 300% increase in the numbers of organizations involved in prisoner reentry between 1995 and 2000. So this is particularly important, by the way. Let me make the point, it's particularly important in Ohio. Ohio has, in 2019 data, Ohio locked up about 50,000 residents. We have about 233,000, however, who are on probation. Ohio has the 12th highest incarceration rate in the country, but the 3rd highest probation rate in the country. So the issue of probation and the role that debt plays as a form of social control beyond incarceration is also very important. So let me just conclude this part of the presentation. I want to make one more provocative statement if I have time. The new debt peonage in the form of, as I said, court fines, fees, restitution costs, supervision fees, motor vehicle debt, child support arrears. It impedes post-release reintegration efforts. It keeps a poor, disproportionately Black population under the control of state authorities. It pacifies and neutralizes personal defiance. It maintains a racially segmented labor force, preserves those racial and class hierarchies. And importantly, it provides a steady stream of surplus labor available for precarious, underpaid employment. In other words, the predominance of racial subjugation in the US today remains located, as it did during the early periods of debt peonage, remains located within the organization of capitalism and white supremacy. Now, let me just, if I have, do I have a minute to, another minute? Okay. So I want to say something that might be a little more provocative, and I think I'm going to tie this in a little bit to Professor Butler's comments as well. And that is that very often the sort of prevailing understanding of this debt is that it's all about getting the money, right? This is the argument. It's about getting the money. And certainly there's a lot of reasons to think that way, right? I mean, clearly with budget cuts, the explosion of the numbers of people in the criminal justice system, increases in assessing fines and fees. The Ferguson case provides a good example of this. We know how many predatory corporations there are that are feeding off of prisons and incarcerations, in mass incarceration. So certainly there's something to be said for getting the money, or that greed and profit is at the center of this. But I want to sort of raise some questions about that, however, because when you begin to really look into it, very little of this criminal debt is collected. I mean, in some ways, how can it be? I mean, half of families of convicted members are unable to pay fines and fees. 2 out of 3 families who had a family member in prison are unable to meet basic household needs, such as food and housing. You can't get blood from a turnip, right? So it costs the states a lot of money to try to collect these fees. There's costs for staffing collectors, locating offenders, administrating collection costs for court administration. Think about the time on law enforcement, the motor vehicle employees, probation and parole officers, the costs of jailing people who fail to pay. I mean, this is very expensive to the state. In some studies have shown that the rates of collection, so there's a study in Florida, the rate of collection of this uncollected debt is about 14%. In Maryland, it's about 17%. In Washington, the collection rate for half of those who were sentenced with felonies and debt didn't collect anything. The other half, they collected about 20%. There's more than $100 billion uncollected criminal debt on the books. So maybe if we had some good studies, we might begin to realize that it's costing the states more to try to collect this debt than they're actually collecting. The same argument could be made in terms of child support. So we all know we've lived through this whole deadbeat dad era, the efforts to really go after child support, to criminalize those who presumably failed to pay child support, this beefed up effort during the 1980s and the 1990s. And yet, from 1987 to 2009, despite all those efforts and all this money that was thrown into trying to collect child support debt, the child support arrearage debt increased from $14 billion in 1987 to $143 billion in 2009. So what's going on? It seems to me that it's not about getting the money. Or it's not entirely about getting the money, given that most of these men will not be able to pay off this debt in their lifetime. So it's got to be something else. And here I think it's really important to underscore that prisons and the institutional networks that constitute reentry and recidivism are political institutions. They're not economic institutions. The role of the state, right, remembering the foundation for the state being on capitalism and white supremacy. So the role of the capitalist state is a classifying and stratifying agency. In other words, the state plays a central role in what we call poverty governance by stigmatizing, categorizing, and managing the economically oppressed, the structurally underemployed, by reproducing class and racial hierarchies. The role that debt plays within this network and process of reproducing these class and racial hierarchies. Now, I want to connect this to Paul's talk because what it suggests is despite all the great work that's being done by people who are working on reform in this state, and I want to call them out, ACLU in Ohio, Ohio Organizing Collaborative, Policy Matters, Ohio Justice and Policy Center, Kinimu Center, Jail Coalition, so many others, grassroots groups, Ohio Prisoners Justice League, Prisoners Abolition, Prison Support, so many others, the Healthy Fathering Collaborative, all of these groups doing such great work in terms of reform. And as a consequence of them, they have been able to address debt on all three of these levels that I've talked about today: child support debt, courts, fines and fees, traffic violations, and so forth, and pass some good policies and legislation because of that. But it's still not going to get to the central problem. And this is what I think Professor Butler is saying. And that is that we have a political crisis that can only be resolved through political solutions. And reform is not going to get us there, right? Prison abolition movement and the defund the police movements are about reconceptualizing what we mean by criminal justice. It's about reconceptualizing what we mean by restorative justice. It's about taking this back and reconceptualizing and transforming our lives, our worlds, right? The state and the economy. And, you know, those movements, as Nina Turner said earlier today, you know, those are the kinds of movements, while we're working on reform, that we also have to be invested in. You know, we have to plant those seeds today, and we may not be here in order to enjoy the shade of those trees, is what Nina Turner said. And I think that's absolutely true. But that has to be part of the work, transforming the state. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. You want to bring us on home, and then we'll open up the floor to questions.
Sure, absolutely. First, let me thank my fellow panelists, Professor Butler and Professor Black, for raising such important and critical questions and very thought-provoking and provocative options that we should consider in addressing these historic issues that we've been wrestling with relative to criminal justice and the social control of Blacks in particular in this country. I'm just going to briefly talk about a book chapter that I wrote back in 2010 that looked at the marginalization and criminalization of the Black male image in postmodern America. And in that work, I cite the work of French philosopher Michel Foucault, who analyzes the development and growth of the penal system in what he refers to as a carceral system. And he describes this system as the coercive social control mechanisms that permeate postmodern societies. And he examines this pervasive self-perpetuating techniques of classification that were developed as this system evolved, the institutionalization and surveillance that seeks to control the behaviors of those within a society that are deemed as abnormal or deviant. As these techniques were perfected and professionalized, they permeated modern social institutions such as social, public, and judicial institutions like orphanage, welfare agencies, juvenile justice services or centers, mental health institutions, and the prisons at the center of this system. And in these societies, in the West, in particular, in the recent history of the West, now this is during the time period, during the Enlightenment period, as Professor Butler stated in the 17 and 1800s, as the social control mechanisms that were used as the penal system evolved, they were geared towards normalizing the slightest variation of what was seen as being deviant or delinquent behavior. And they used these extra penal institutions in order to do that. Foucault suggests that the delinquent is an institutional product. The prisoner condemned to hard labor meticulously is produced according to the lines of force of the generalized carceral system. Looking at the recent history of the West and this evolution of the carceral system from the mid-18th century with the scaffold as a symbol for punishment to the 19th and early 20th centuries, where less visible techniques of social control and power were developed and perfected and operated behind these prison walls. Now, mind you, parallel to the evolution of the carceral system, we had a separate system of social control that evolved relative to the control of Blacks. And that was symbolized by the lash and the noose after post-slavery, the noose, more so than prior to. Mind you, during slavery, the social control of Blacks was primarily executed through plantation justice. So we see that looking at the history of race and social and space in this country, that race has always been used as a means of social control of Blacks throughout our history. As early as 1690, the state of South Carolina, or the colony of the Carolinas, had enacted a law requiring all persons under penalty of 40 shillings to arrest and chastise any slave out of his or her home plantation without a proper ticket. Now, I submit this is one of the earliest codified examples of racial profile. There were few slaveholding states and counties within the South that didn't have a local slave patrol, or what were referred to as paddy rollers, that were responsible for the containing of the slaves and enforcing the Black codes. This was the predecessor to the modern police, and this was the first distinctly American form of policing in this country. Now, between the 1870s and 1960s, the police were implicated in more than 6,000 lynchings of Blacks in America. After the Civil War, as Professor Butler stated, during slavery, the prison population was predominantly white. But after the Civil War, by 1870, Blacks represented 95% of Southern prison populations. And as Professor Black stated, they used vagrancy laws, convict leasing, debt peonage to fill prisons with Black men, women, and children as an expendable or inexhaustible form of cheap labor. By 1926, Blacks were 21% of all new commitments to prisons in the US. By 64, African Americans were 33%. Now, mind you, as pointed out earlier, in the 1970s, the total prison population in the US was less than 200,000. But during the 70s, we know Richard Nixon initiated the war on drugs. We saw the escalation of this war on drugs during the 80s under the Reagan administration, which also related to, and we saw the exponential growth in our prison population. So much so that by the 1990s, the Black population was 50% of all new admissions, and the prison population had increased to 1.5 million in 2006, and then reaching 2.2 million in 2015, of which Blacks and Hispanics represented 55% of the prison population. As Professor Black pointed out, we also have to include in that those on probation and parole, which today is just under, as he noted, 6 million persons that are under the control of the criminal justice system. So once again, this is the expansion of that carceral system outside of prison itself. Looking at local and state and local incarceration rates, in this year, there's actually 45,813 persons incarcerated in the Ohio State prisons, 51.4% of which are white, 44.6% are Black. And as Professor Blacks pointed out, I think African Americans are actually about 13% of the state population. Now, to my surprise, when I looked at the county level data, we know that Cuyahoga County is 11% of the state's population. We account for a comparable percentage of the state's prison population. I found this somewhat surprising in that this is a significant decrease from where we were during much of the war on drugs, in particular during the 2000s, where Cuyahoga County accounted for 1/5 of the state's prison population. In 2001, we actually accounted for 21.4% of the state's prison population, more so than both Hamilton and Franklin County, that being Cincinnati and Columbus combined. Now, I attribute this significant decrease to a change in one drug policy in particular, and that is the crack pipe cases or drug paraphernalia cases, which the city of Cleveland was the only city in the state of Ohio to prosecute the possession of a crack pipe with a minuscule amount of drug residue in it as a felony. Myself and some other civil rights and social justice activists, we petitioned the mayor, our former county commissioners, as well as the prosecutor to repeal this law back in 2008. I think we initiated the work. And in 2009, after the Plain Dealer ran an expose on the disparities in drug sentencing in Cleveland, only then did the city acquiesce and ultimately overturn this policy. Now, at the time, we averaged between 1,200 and 1,500 of those cases per year. Now, then safety director at a signing ceremony at City Hall in the Red Room with Mayor Jackson and his cabinet, then safety director Martin Flass stated, "We've been following a failed drug policy for 23 years. Now, do the math. If we average between 1,200 and 1,500 of those cases per year, that equals between 27,000 and 34,000 people that were saddled with felony drug convictions over that time period. And mind you, if I'm possessing a crack pipe, I'm not a major with a drug residue in it. I'm not a major drug kingpin. I'm not a major drug dealer. I have a drug addiction. And on our first panel yesterday, the healthcare panel, Dr. Williams stated that during the crack epidemic, the war on drugs, we were treating a public health, mental health problem with the criminal justice approach. We criminalized addiction. Now, I think we will all attest that we've seen a significant paradigm shift in response to the opioid epidemic. And as we know, the opioid epidemic is disproportionately impacting white America and suburban communities. But now we're approaching it as a mental health or public health issue, which it has been all along. But to the point that we've legalized the use of Narcan made what was once a controlled substance readily available. You can purchase it at your drugstore. And we've also armed our police and first responders with it. Why? To save lives. So once again, we go to this question, there was so much opposition to the mere statement that Black Lives Matter. But for me, this is the most conspicuous example of how Black lives don't matter to the extent that white lives or other lives do matter. And with that shift in our approach to addiction, mind you, we have not seen a comparable or parallel shift in the way that we police Black and brown communities. I'm in concluding my comments here, I don't know if it's still up on the county prosecutor's website, but he had for a number of years, a couple of years back, there were heat maps or thematic maps on their website where you could track and sort the occurrence of drug overdoses, opioid overdoses in the county, as well as arrests, and you could sort it by race. And when you toggle between those, you would clearly see, given the racial segregation in Cleveland, that the majority of those opioid overdoses occurred outside of the central city. But then when you toggled over to sort the arrests, you saw a disproportionate number of the arrests, once again, still concentrated in the central city. Now, I submit to you, for those of you that might know anything about opioid or heroin addiction, it's a physiological addiction. You get physically sick if you do not get a fix within a certain, when your Jones hits you. I submit that those, wherever they found a person that had overdosed from drugs, they had purchased those drugs within 5 to 10 minutes of where they overdosed. So I'm saying they did not drive into inner city Cleveland, buy their drugs, and then drive back out to the suburbs to use it and then overdose. So this is an example of how the racial bias is not only causing and having a negative impact on Black lives, but white lives as well, because they aren't policing and doing drug interdiction in those communities as they are in the inner city. And this is what continues to drive much of these conflictual situations and violent encounters that we see between police and African Americans, the way that they police the inner city. Although we've changed our approach to drug interdiction, we have not changed the way that we address police inner city or Black and brown communities. Now, as many of you are aware, much of my research focuses on the front end of that criminal justice continuum, specifically with the issue of racial profiling. And I'm just going to make a few more comments here in response to some things that Professor Butler noted, Professor Black noted, relative to traffic infractions and traffic enforcement. The most average contact that the average citizen has with the criminal justice system comes through the police in the form of a traffic stop. So that is why my work has focused on the front end to try to, if we can reduce the unnecessary and often illegal interactions and stops and contacts with the police that people have on the front end, then we could preclude some of the other racial disparities that are further impacted along the continuum of the criminal justice system. Professor Black mentioned the impact of driving under suspension. I want to point out that in one of my studies, the last study I did on racial profiling in the city of Cleveland in 2010, that was commissioned by the county prosecutor as a result of those drug disparities that were noted in that expose. Blacks were 2.5 times as likely to be ticketed by police as were whites in the city of Cleveland, although we're only 38% of the driving population. But of particular note was the driving under suspension rate, in which Blacks are 79% of those cited for driving under suspension. Now, why is this so important? The way that the police can determine that your driver's license are suspended are by running your plates. So, and they can do that either by doing what they refer to as a rolling check, and that is where they'll call the dispatch and ask them to run a plate, or using their mobile data terminals, their onboard computers to run a plate. And I'm sure we've all seen, I know I've been subjected to it, sitting at a red light and just seeing a police officer over there tapping on his keyboard and knowing what he's doing. He's running my plates. Well, it is statistically improbable that 38% of a population, in this instance, the driving population, would account for 79% of this particular type of offense. So that is one of the most telling examples or pieces of evidence indicating that the police are specifically targeting African-American motorists. And they use this as a pretext to execute a stop and then conduct a further investigation looking for drugs, guns, or some other type of contraband that will then justify other types of police action. And in closing, I just want to note, there were 2 landmark Supreme Court cases that are relevant and germane to this issue of racial profiling that emanated out of the Cleveland Police Department in the 50s and 60s. And those cases being Mapp v. Ohio and Terry v. Ohio, which in essence define the parameters by which a person can be searched on the street in public space and the admissibility of evidence obtained during a search. So with that, I will stop, and I look forward to engaging in further dialogue and conversation with you.
So I know we're getting close on time, and I want to be respectful. I think your next presenter has come, but I want to open up the floor for questions. If there's anyone, a panelist or attendee, I should say, who has a question, you can either put it in the Q&A section, or here we go, maybe. Oh, I see one from Brother Preston Pickett. X-ray shared served, let's see, X-ray shared served as confirming tests that we have a disease. So he's making an analogy. If I could, I'll pose this analogy from Brother Preston Pickett to the group. He says, this panel translates a medical X-ray to the circumstance that we face in this twin pandemic. If the X-ray shared serves as a confirming test that we have a disease, what's the vaccination formula? I think Professor Butler has spoken to the need for abolition as maybe a key component of the vaccination. Professor Black, is there something that you would like to add?
Well, I think just to sort of return to Professor Butler's point, you know, reform is not enough. And the point that I'm really making, that disease is a disease that we've never confronted. You know, the founding of this country, what's unique, and we talk about American exceptionalism, what's the founding of this country, what's unique about it is it was founded on white supremacy and capitalism. And we have never confronted that. You know, Nina Turner said earlier today that what we need is a truth and reconciliation process. Perhaps we do. You know, we need to be parts of movements that are making these connections between racial justice and economic justice, because the criminal justice system cannot be dealt with outside of that. You know, we need to support the numbers of the amount of energy and numbers of people who are involved in resistance movements. But we have to address what we have not addressed is the founding principles of this country, which is capitalism and white supremacy. And it continues to get reorganized through a variety of different stages in our history, from slavery to Jim Crow to the urban ghetto and now to mass incarceration. And we keep fighting it on the tail end of it, right? We keep trying to reform it. We keep trying to work within that system to do something about it. But what we have to do is we have to confront the foundations of that system. And we need processes to do that. So I would be in support of a truth and reconciliation process to start that conversation in a very powerful way.
Thank you. Dr. Dunn, do you mind if we're getting some questions in the Q&A. Do you mind if I pivot to some of them?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. The first one's for Professor Butler. Where does the abolition movement stand in localities and nationally? How's the abolition work progressing?
So first, just to underscore what Dr. Black said, the movement for Black Lives has also used this medical metaphor to think about, well, what if we just work on the police or the criminal legal system? Will that solve the problem? And the important recognition of the movement is that police brutality and mass incarceration are symptoms. The disease is white supremacy. The disease is patriarchy. And so we might be able to treat the symptoms, but then the disease is just going to mutate the way it did from slavery to the old Jim Crow to the new Jim Crow. And so it's important to recognize the disease itself. Again, white supremacy and patriarchy. And my answer to the question of what states and local jurisdictions are doing about abolition is good news. So if we think about the defund the police project as adjacent to mass incarceration and abolition, I've been working on these issues for 30 years. And I've never seen movement, activism translate to policy and law as I've seen in this defund the police activism. And it gets a lot of criticism from moderates and liberals because it's radical, at least it sounds radical. What most people mean by it is reallocating money away from people with guns as first responders to more appropriate first responders. There's another version of it, defund means defund, that's more radical, but the common understanding is, again, this shifting resources to the people who are best able to respond to the problem. And most people never heard of this idea before this summer. And the way that many jurisdictions have responded to defunding the police is by defunding the police, by shifting some of the money away. Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, all of those places, activists have been successful. It's just the beginning. It's not abolition. It's not defunding, but it's unusually good news and extraordinarily quick. So, you know, I'm thinking about President Obama's critiques of the defund the movement as being too inflammatory. And again, there's just not evidence that that's true. It hasn't, as far as I've seen, prevented Democratic politicians from being elected, in part because they don't embrace it, but in part because there are parts of it that are just common sense. And the last thing I'll say is that the other good news is that states and localities are where the action is in terms of incarceration and in terms of the police. The mayor has way more control over policing than the president of the United States or the attorney general. The police chief, who reports to the mayor in most jurisdictions, has way more power over how the police in that jurisdiction act. And so we don't have to worry as much about whether it's Trump or Biden. That's important. But the mayor, the governor, the prosecutor, they're more important in terms of the 90% of people who are locked up in state facilities, and activists, especially people affiliated with the Movement for Black Lives, are making great progress in those local jurisdictions.
Thank you. That's a really important point for us, especially here in Cleveland, as we're going to be up for a mayoral election here soon. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I'm being told that we need to wrap for our next presenter or performer in the panel. I want to thank Professor Butler, Dr. Tim Black, and Dr. Ronnie Dunn for taking the time to really share your wisdom and your research with us today. And I look forward to working with you gentlemen as we move towards a more racially just criminal legal system. Thank you.
Wow, thank you to the criminal justice panel for such an enlightening discussion. What I appreciate is when we talk about systemic racism and systemic oppression, sometimes we don't connect the dots, but I appreciate the way this panel connected the dots between what Nina Turner talked about this morning, predatory capitalism, to incarceration, to the way policing operates, to the kind of transformation that we need. So I just appreciate the way this panel pointed us toward incarceration, toward the need to have transformation and not just treat the symptoms of this disease. Very powerful panel. Think about what stood out for you and keep the conversation going in the chat. Let our speakers know what you liked about what they said and how it inspired you. Next, we have another artistic break followed by our final panel. That last conversation will be about the intersection of education and social justice, and it will be moderated by Dr. Adrienne Gosselin from Cleveland State University. This break features Daniel Gray Kantar, founder and executive artistic director of 12 Literary Arts, who was part of our Project 400 conference last year, so it's great to have him back. He is an advocate for social transformation and serves as an education consultant for the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. His work in arts education has been featured on PBS NewsHour, NPR, and the Christian Science Monitor. Join me in welcoming Daniel Gray Kantar to our platform today.
Greetings. Thank you so much for that very warm introduction. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of this conference for a second year. And it's always just a true blessing to be able to share time and virtual space with you all. Cleveland State University is so very dear to me. It has been an incubator for many of the finest Black minds that our city has to offer. And I'm just grateful to have been at Cleveland State at a very important and pivotal period where such scholars, thinkers, and activists were developed as Dr. Adam Banks, Dr. Elaine Richardson, Robert Allen Washington, Kwanzaa Brewer, Michael Oatman, so many, all at one time. And it's just good to be in this space yet again. I'm going to read a few poems, which I'm also grateful for, because in my capacity as Executive Artistic Director of 12 Literary Arts, I actually rarely get a chance to read poems. So this is a wonderful opportunity to share work with you, and I hope you enjoy these poems. And the first poem I'm going to share with you is called What Song Do? This poem is the music that mends our madness into memorials, the beats that notate the blueprint to our survival, our path to healing, our mothership connection to the world above and the love below. The sun loves me so much, it made me Black. The essence of me is a thank you to God. I remember when I was born, all 7 times. My story is in the blue notes. Negroes with no name served my hunger-swollen soul through cotton balls, corn liquor, and chitlins. Newborn notes flow through young thugs, Henny and blunt smoke. We too sing America, knowing its national anthem is code speak for our destruction. We chop its melody, create an 808 from its bass chords, screams from its strings. Lil Jon meets Lil Weezy on back streets. They sample alley cats and the banging of garbage can lids on their cell phones, dump them into Renaissance dream, call up the Project Queen from 701B and give her voice freedom on a microphone wrapped in pantyhose, the color of her thick thighs, and that is soul music. Day-night modality. Miles Davis mixing melodies with Mingus under an orange moon, belching purple rain haze. Heroin-baked screams blown through horns, building arcs to Venus. Our music is a continuum, a conundrum, song notes in blue and green, Crayola markers bleeding across Jim Crow land. Quincy Jones and Ray Charles rock the briar patch, trickster cousins of North-South demarcation. Whatever you do, please don't throw us in the ghetto. Oya gives birth to Funkadelic on deepest, darkest Saturn at the crossing of the Nile and Euphrates. Unseen Negro space ghosts channel Stonehenge. Secret architecture in 6/8 time, and that's why our bass and our drums do what they do, because the drums make us remember. Nina Simone make us remember. Sun Ra make us remember. Max Roach make us remember. Bird, Train, Cool Hercules, Bessie, Lady Day, Dizzy, Wu-Tang, Tupac and them make us remember, because we forget things like our birth. Question: how do you survive in a place where your slang is not recognized, your God is ineffective, and the streets do not know your name nor its derivatives? Answer: we solve for X. Our soul music is algebra. Geometric lines crossing Pangea, transient, trans-African, transgender, transmutating into post modern daydreams. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the babies of June Jordan's distant stare, bearing witness to the liberation only our songs know. We are always waiting, turning the break beats into tons of waiting. We are forever becoming. Our legacy has always been pulling love song from the living past, seizing the dolphin dance of today and building the funkadelic of tomorrows that we may never see. We push along creative hope through our names, through our songs, through our becoming. So become Black people, become Black people, become. And this poem is the music that mends our madness into memorials, the beats that notate the blueprint to our survival, our path to healing, our mothership connection to the world above and the love below. Remember, remember, remember. So I write a lot about our history and our culture. And I think I get that very honest. I get it from my father, who as soon as I turned 16, made sure that I was reading J.A. Rogers, Africa's Gift to America. And I was reading Dr. John Henry Clark. And I was reading Brother Ashraf Kwesi and Hakeem Matabuti, AKA Don L. Lee. So my father instilled in me very early the importance of Black music and Black culture as a means for us to heal. And I hope that poem did that. I've been writing a lot lately also about my family. I am a very Cleveland person. I was born here and I moved around a lot. So there are not very many places in this city that I don't know and that I haven't been touched by. And so I'm gonna share a very quick story with you all before I read this poem. This poem is about my grandmother, but about a number of other things. But interesting thing about my grandmother, and you have to know this to understand this poem a bit. My grandmother lived in Camilla, Georgia. It was a very small town. And my grandfather, her husband, died, and she needed to get away from the place where they loved so deeply. And her best friend, J.R. Reed, and her sat on my grandmother's bed. And my grandmother pulled out a map. And they agreed that wherever my grandmother's finger landed after she closed her eyes, that is where they would move to. So my grandmother closed her eyes and pointed on the map, and her finger landed on Cincinnati. And they said, no, we ain't going there. Where's the next closest place? And they said, well, we hear this place that they call the greatest location in the nation is a good place to go. So let's go to Cleveland. And that's how we got here. And so with that, this is a poem really about my grandmother. And it's called Genesis. One, President Nixon, in a State of the Nation address in 1971, wrote, "Let us place a floor under the income of every family with children in America, but let us also establish an effective work incentive and an effective work requirement." When you grow up watching your mama open her cherry skin legs for men seeking baptism in her river, you learn to shut your eyes to the things in this world that are right in front of you. You learn to keep musk-scented, dimly lit secrets so quiet that you do not whisper them even to God. You learn to turn the claps of thighs ringing loud in your ears into snare drums. Thumping bedposts on roach-infested floorboards become kick drums, and these become the break beats that liberate you from madness until you become a man. And then you scream the secrets out, alone, into a mirror that has replaced Kool-Aid stained lips with a graying beard. You learn to laugh at every joke under the sun, except the ones that have anything to do with your mama, too. After 3 weeks in office, President Gerald Ford asks the nation to reflect on deficit spending. You have strange relationships with money when your mama ain't never had none. As a child, Christmas becomes a day you look forward to. Christmas becomes a day of anxiety. Christmas becomes a day that you fear. You have moved for the third time in 2 years. Once you have been evicted. Another time your mama fell out with the girlfriend you and mama were staying with. This too was over some money. And the third time you and mama left because that Negro y'all was staying with didn't have no job. December 25th is coming. And you wonder if there's gonna be a Christmas. You hold on to dreams tighter than presidents hold on to lies, and all your dreams have dead presidents with mocking smiles. You want to stop the presidents from smiling. You develop a strange relationship with money. It is a fever. 3. President Jimmy Carter reminds Congress that it is imperative to mind the separation between church and state. When Grandmama drove her black Buick from Georgia to Cleveland in 1956, she was as much running from Jim Crow as she was running to Jesus. She packed her clothes, her pistol, her atlas, 3 days worth of chicken greens, macaroni and cheese, cornbread and cobbler, 2 pictures of her 6-year-old daughter's married father, peach wine from the plantation she worked, and her black Bible. There was no one in Cleveland she knew except the congregation at St. Timothy Missionary Baptist, the sister church to Corinthians in Atlanta. When she arrived to Cleveland, the congregation housed her, helped her find her first job, which she kept for 33 years till she retired, helped raise her children and grandchildren, married her, saved her soul after her second husband stole it, and buried her. You Negroes are too high on religion, the cultural critic wrote. Nah, we Negroes are low on survival. We go to church because it done had our black backs since way before Nat Turner even taught himself to read Genesis. So, that poem is as much about my grandmother as it is about really these sort of Black family legacies, which you can also really sort of sometimes track according to whoever the president is. And the poems that will emerge after the 4 years we've just experienced are going to really be something to behold. Thank you, Kwanzaa. I think I have time for one or maybe 2 more. My grandfather, my paternal grandfather, is a very different story. My paternal grandfather, there are 2 stories about my grandfather. The first story is that in Memphis, Tennessee, my grandfather was working, he was a sharecropper, and the sharecropper accused my grandfather of owing him money. So the first story is that the sharecropper was coming to do harm to my father, and so my grandfather. And my grandfather gathered my father and the rest of the family and moved here to Cleveland. The second story is that my grandfather heard that this white sharecropper was coming to do harm to him, and my grandfather went to his house first and took him out, and then had to leave Memphis. Most of us believe the second story. When my grandfather got here, he co-founded St. Matthew's Church on 86 in Wade Park. And the funny thing about my grandfather is they said that he was a man who always wore a suit, and in this pocket, he kept his Bible, and in this pocket, he kept his pistol all the time. My grandfather, they say, was also a very short man, but that he was also very well put together. I never met my grandfather. He died years before I was born. In fact, he died when my father was only 16 years old. So this poem is titled Interview with My Paternal Grandfather, who died 9 years before I was born. And so why Cleveland? No one would have thought to look for us there. So you didn't want to be found? Does any Negro in this country want to be? But you're a Christian. Being saved and being found are not the same. You didn't answer my question. You don't ask the right ones. Why did you leave Memphis in the middle of the night with your wife and 2 sons? What year was that? It was 1958. Why do you want to know why I left? Sometimes I feel so angry that I could kill a man. I never said that to anyone. I work so hard at taming the beast, it feels like a Wolverine dancing a whirling dervish inside of my soul. You sound like a preacher. I'm a poet. Same thing. My father says that you taught him Robert's Rules of Order by the time he was 12 years old. Says you would quiz him on it every week, and if he gave you the wrong answers, then you would beat him. Is that true? You sound like your father. How is that? Always want to know why, but not really want to know the answer. The answer is a commitment. Leaders have to be committed. So you beat my father to make him a leader? Better the beating to come from my hand than for the world to beat him. The world beats us anyway. The world beats you to keep you down. When was the last time you wanted to kill a man? What was the reason? Felt like he had his foot on my neck. Was it about money? Yeah. You owed him money. I didn't feel like I had any choice. Felt like it was going to be either him or me. He was a white man. He is. But you didn't kill him. No, I didn't. Why? You know, my father left Cleveland because he knew that he had to kill a man. He was going to kill or be killed himself too. He says Cleveland is a hard place to live. Memphis was a hard place to live too. My father's in Omaha now. He's been there 45 years. Omaha was a hard place to live for Earl Little and his family. They had to pack up in the middle of the night and leave too. But if he hadn't packed him up to leave Omaha, then his son wouldn't have become Malcolm X. What did you become after you left Memphis? Your grandfather. But this isn't about me. Then what are you asking questions for? They say my grandfather was a tough man. They say he was a tough man. But he raised he raised my father, and being a really very special man. And he raised my father to be a leader. And I like to think that he also raised me that way as well, even though we never met. Poem means a lot to me. I am not sure how much time I have left, but I have one more poem, and I'm going to try to read it very quickly. This is an homage to the magic that all Black women have. This is called Magique Noire Femme. Really is about the legacy of Black magic strong magic that our Black women have and that they pass down to one generation to the next. One, for parents who know and for children who know not, for those with tongues tied in the land of the free, and for those who have known the chained laugh of Eshu who rides the back of the wind, for those who know the magic of the word handwritten in the black and red on the backs of warrior women's cloths, for those who have seen the bones walk in the city of the ancestors, for those who know the distance between heaven and earth, woman. You know the guardian at the gates with golden comb, woman, the music that escapes her locks, woman. You have seen the river jump at the shake of her bracelets, woman, heard the tremble of snakes at the whisper of her blood. You have known, woman, the future of what Black women to be. Black women who will walk in the fires held in the lakes of purpose. Black women who have watched Alabama burn. Black women who have watched churches crumble from the fire wands of men. Trees seem your deepest friends at those times, woman. These trees, like you, have seen better days than these. They have also seen worse. They stand still, the trees towering over what is your small body, woman. And perhaps you think you may stand this way too. When Angela Davis was little, she used to give names to trees. She would stare at their scattered branches, their trunks wide as the moon, roots deep as a mother's love. She named that tree Angela as well, reminding her of the woman she wished to be. She would imagine her hair wide as her branches in the blackness of night, falling asleep with her dear sisters, who also named the tree a different name, Liberation. For parents who know, and for children who know not, for those with tongues tied in the land of the free, you must know the passing of wisdom is the most beautiful tree that you could ever grow. Thank you all so very much for listening. I really appreciate having been able to share virtual time and space with you. And I look forward to the rest of this conversation with some of our best and brightest Black minds. May you all stay well and stay blessed. And I look forward to celebrating with you when this pandemic has been brought to a close. Much love.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne Goslin, and I am going to be your moderator for this final session in this just amazing and inspirational symposium. I teach African American literature and cultural studies at Cleveland State in the Department of English, and I also have a joint appointment in Black Studies. We are going to conclude this conference with a session that's going to examine ways in which higher education addresses social justice. The purpose is to recognize the ways in which Black educators in Cleveland have not only addressed social justice, but continue to address issues of social justice, both in and outside the classroom. We have a wonderful panel. I am very honored to hear their works, to work with them. Our panelists include Thomas Bynum, who is the director of the CSU Black Studies Program and associate professor of history in the at CSU. Karen Soteropoulos, also an associate professor at CSU Department of History. Tawanda Greer Medley, associate professor at the CSU College of Education. Beth Nagy, assistant lecturer in the Maxine Levine College of Urban Affairs. Janice Eatman Williams, community coordinator of the Social Justice Institute at Case Western University and director of the Focus Student-Based Outreach Program. And finally, Mamadou Seck, who is associate professor at the CSU School of Social Work and also the CSU Faculty Fellow for Civic Engagement. We're going to begin our discussion in the classroom, specifically to discuss a special topics course in social justice that is very unusual in that it's taught by 4 professors in 3 colleges, each of whom approaches the issue of social justice from their particular perspective and scholarly history. I think before we can even discuss what the class does, I would like for Dr. Bynum to let us know how the class came about, because it's quite interesting. Dr. Bynum?
Thank you, Dr. Goslin, and thank you for organizing this panel. Last semester, Dean Allison Robichaux of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences and Dean Roland Anglin of the Maxine Goodman Levin College of Urban Affairs asked me to chair a committee to create a course on social justice. I was excited about this opportunity. The creation of this course was a part of the university's broader initiative to increase awareness and to educate our students about structural inequities and systemic racism after the murder of George Floyd. Dean Lee Fisher of the Cleveland Marshall College of Law created the first course on this topic, and it served as a template for our course. Members of the committee included Dr. Karen Soteropoulos, Beth Nagy, and Tawanda Greer Medley. I invited Tawanda to join the committee because of her research on health disparities and racism as a public health concern. None of our research covered this area. We met several times last semester as a committee to design the course, and we chose an array of topics that we thought were crucial to the understanding of social justice. The topics included slavery, race, the social construction of race and identity, emancipation, Jim Crow segregation, social movements, LGBTQ+ rights, health disparities, urban development and renewal, environmental justice, housing, criminal justice reform, voting rights, wealth disparities, and reparations. Additionally, this course was set up to fulfill the general education requirements for the African American experience and writing across the curriculum. This course, as you mentioned, Dr. Goslin, reflects multidisciplinary collaboration across 3 colleges. It is being taught this semester as a pop-up gen ed course, while the permanent course works its way through the curriculum approval process. And I'm so ecstatic that my colleagues joined me in the creation of this course, and I'm sure they have more to say about it.
We'll go to Karen. Actually, you and Dr. Bynum have similar backgrounds in that you're both approaching from a history perspective, which in itself is very broad. Talk about your approach to this class.
Well, it's interesting because I have to go to, being a historian, I have to go to a longer historical approach, and putting me in that position, putting myself in that sort of longer historical position of being here for 20 years. and how this class in some ways brings together so many parts of my career. I had started, before graduate school, I was an activist, and I went into the academy, went back to activism at the academy in New York. And I, finally decided to study Black history and write in Black history and get my Ph.D. and taught in the CUNY colleges. I taught American history at the CUNY colleges, City University of New York, which was minority white, predominantly first and second generation immigrant population that I was teaching American history to. And I found that really generative and a terrific way of teaching a Black perspective in American history. And then lo and behold, I get this job in Cleveland to teach African American history as a core education requirement. And I was sort of dumbfounded that the institution had a core education requirement in African American history or African American experience for across the board as a gen ed requirement. To me, that was sort of startling. So now I'm teaching in a predominantly white institution in a majority Black city, African American history as a gen ed requirement. And it's, to me, that social justice work and a social justice approach has always been infused in my teaching and my education. So today, in today's conference, to hear Senator, soon to be Congresswoman, I hope, Nina Turner, talk about her experience at Tri-C with Dr. Dorothy Salem, who, when I first arrived here, everybody said, "You've got to meet Dorothy Salem. You're just like Dorothy Salem." Being a white woman doing Black history and with this social justice edge, I felt like I was very much in the right place. I'm not sure how much time I have for speaking. So I just want to say that working in this interdisciplinary course, working with these terrific colleagues and trying to sort of refigure out, it's made me reflect again on my social justice approach to teaching. It's always been a political approach. One can't teach Black history without it being political. We've been teaching the 1619 project for generations. That's what I know how to teach. So when I bring that to the classroom, I think I've infused that within all of my teaching. I put on my syllabus that I take to heart Bell Hook's observation that education is the practice of freedom, that to educate is to not merely share information, but to share in the intellectual growth of my students, and that we can then collectively create a dialogue in class and in writing that we produce new knowledge in class. So I've always been very committed to that practice of education. And I think that's a core of a social justice moment.
Karen, I'm going to, because hopefully we'll be able to come back with the conversation, but I'd like to turn to Dr. Greer-Medley. How does this work with your field? Because your field is a bit different. It's not history, it's not social work. How do you see your area of expertise in social justice class?
Thank you for that. So my background is actually in psychology. And so I'm new to Cleveland State. So this is my first time being a part of an education department, which I find to be pretty interesting. It's helped me bring in another perspective. But I've taught these classes probably for about 15 years of my career, but more from a psychological perspective. But that also means that I'm very sensitive to certain things in the classroom. So for instance, one of the things that I'm very sensitive to is, creating a safe environment and one that's also inclusive, particularly in terms of talking about really tough issues like race. I've found that particularly white students typically have had a difficult time talking about race in the classroom. And it's caused me to be very sensitive to that, not just, to everyone, to all my other students, but also especially white students who tend to be silent. So I've taught a class prior to coming to Cleveland State called Psychology of Race and Racism. And there was, I'll just give you guys sort of a brief story. I taught this class at Southern Illinois University, where I came from, and also at University of South Carolina and Columbia prior to that. So it's been a number of years of me teaching this class, but I've noticed that, you know, probably about 2 years ago, that my white students were particularly even more silent. And so I began to think that maybe they hated the class, or they didn't like me, or something else was going on. And so one day I just stopped the class and I said, you know, let's talk about this. What's the silence about? And the thing that I learned was that they were, when they began to express themselves, they were very concerned about even offending me as a Black professor. They also didn't want to be perceived by their peers as coming across as racist or having other perspectives that maybe their peers did not share or feel similarly about. And I think they felt they were just different. Like they didn't feel like they had a place to really speak about or talk about race. And so once we were able to sort of, you know, process and have that real conversation, they were able to contribute more. And so it taught me that, you know, in order to create a safe and inclusive environment, that we also need to pay attention to even the nonverbals from students, particularly when they're silent. They likely have a lot to say, however, they may be very much afraid of it. And I think it's our job as educators to kind of create that environment for them to be able to participate. The other thing that I think is important from my perspective is the inclusion of history in teaching these courses. It's been amazing to me the degree to which students are not taught actual history, and even just how systemic and intentional racism has been in the United States. When we're talking about redlining, when we're talking about the use of school vouchers to maintain racial segregation in the schools in the South and during the 50s. I mean, there are things they don't quite know that I think is also our jobs to integrate into the classroom. And very lastly is, you know, for me being in psychology, it's important for me to include research as well, research and theory, for them to not only share their experiences, but also link their experiences to the research studies that those of us who spent our career studying these things, you know, that we've published, that we've written about. I mean, I participated in research over the years on racism and health impacts. I mean, my research, as well as others, clearly demonstrates that racism has negative health impacts on people of color. So there's no debate about that. And so I want them to know exactly how we study these things. So that's really been my approach to teaching these courses.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, I'm hearing a little bit that one of the challenges for us is teaching not African American students, but especially Cleveland State. White students are the majority of our enrollment. And Beth, you had a point about this, how you approached this in your teaching. And I know that we'll, pardon me, I know we'll talk about the tough questions later on, but I think it's all sort of coming together here. How do you approach this? How do you approach from your area of expertise? And is it different teaching social justice to predominantly white classrooms?
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm in good company here. Being in this class with Dr. Soteropoulos, Career Medley, and Dr. Bynum has been a really wonderful experience. I'm approaching it from an urban development perspective. So my background is in urban planning and community development with some public administration. And the College of Urban Affairs touches upon all of those things. How did cities come to be? And what were some of the influences that led to differences in cities? So I'm coming from a spatial justice perspective, very much a justice of place, but the influences that led to some of the differences that we see in invested areas versus underinvested areas. So clearly there is a historical context, but something that we just visited in class the other day was this idea of missing history. and students feeling this sense of, I'm learning things now that I felt like I should have known already, and how that was absent in my particularly K-12 education. And so that this is an experience of them learning about things that they didn't realize influence the place where they live, the conditions, their quality of life in their particular place. And so there was a lot of frustration with that, but from all the students. And I think I shared that as a start to that discussion of, I wasn't told the whole story. And how does that make you feel? And that was something across the board for the students that were participating as, why didn't I know the whole story? And so getting back to the perspective of urban development, how did our neighborhoods come to be? How did our cities come to be? How did our regions assemble in the ways that they are? Understanding the role that the government has played in perpetuating development policies that are not equal and have led to separating different groups of people based on race or economic status. And so primarily housing, transportation, and environmental justice. And so the historical context of, how our cities moved from central city to inner ring suburb to outer ring suburb to exurb to rural community, and kind of understanding that continuum of development or lack of development, but that there were some instrumental policies in, how did the suburbs come to be? What role did the interstate system have in bringing people together, separating them, or what impacts did that have upon health and wellness? And all of this being connected to economic stability, and that there clearly was a role of the government in perpetuating and maintaining policy positions that kept people separated. And so that historical context of, not even thinking that those were some of the influence for the students, seeing, I didn't realize what role the real estate industry had in how our neighborhoods developed, or I didn't realize that the path of an interstate could actually be somewhere else as a result of understanding the impacts of where that path might lead or where that path may cut through. And then more recently, not recently from a policy standpoint, but a renewed or new interest in transportation justice, and that the role that transit plays in the lives of so many people, particularly those in economically lower economic circumstances, and racially speaking, ethnic populations as well. And that is all three of those things: transportation, housing, and then including environmental justice, just the justice of telling history the right way, so that you include all the details of the story, the role of this in schools, and how our schools have turned out as a result of these development policies as well, I think is really capturing the interest of students as this new story that they haven't been told. And I think there is a little of digesting some things that I didn't realize. And so I think that's kind of what we're experiencing in the class right now. And so I'm going to turn this over to the next speaker, but I feel like we are filling a gap for them.
Yes.
And then kind of pushing them in a sense of agency. What do I do with this now?
It's interesting. Karen mentioned 1619, and I think the recent production has given us now wonderful historic resources. Because Beth, when you were saying transportation, in particular, it covers that so many areas that I feel as if we now have help that we didn't have the 15 or 20 years ago when we started this. I wanted to go back to you, Dr. Bynum, and Dr. Soteropoulos, because both of you are historians. Do you enter this conversation from the same place? What as historians, where do you differ? I start with you, Dr. Bynum, and then Karen, maybe you can take us home.
I think Karen and I will both agree especially when I'm talking about slavery. I don't start slavery in 1619 because slavery in the United States happened, and I'm sorry, when I say the United States, meaning North America, the Americas in general, happened before 1619. You had the Portuguese and the Spanish bringing in African slaves to parts of South America and Central America, the Caribbean. And so students need that context, right? They need that context that slavery started long before 1619. I think for me, it's important to connect those historical dots. I'm all about connecting the dots. And so students can see a correlation or a relationship with the historical past and contemporary issues that we face today, right? Students need to get that. And one of the questions, and I'll come back to this later in the tough question segment that you have, I asked students in the course, how do you see slavery as a social justice issue, right? How is slavery a social justice issue? But when you begin to peel it back, you understand that slavery is at the foundation of all the inequality that Black people, people of color, even Native Americans have suffered in this country, right? So you got to start with that foundation. And sometimes people say, well, slavery happened so long ago. But we can't dismiss that aspect and jump from slavery to look at, what happened post-slavery to try to understand the conditions that African Americans or people of color are facing today. We have to start with slavery. We can never exclude that from the conversation. And I think one of the things we did with the course was to make it a gen ed course, right? Because we can appeal to a broader segment of students. So students can take the course for the African American experience and write in across the curriculum. We want to appeal to more students to take these courses to become aware and enlightened about our experiences, right, in this country. And I think the only way that we're going to be able to break down some of the ignorance and address systemic racism and structural inequities in this country, we have to go back to the beginning. As Nina said in her conversation with us this morning, we can't overlook that part of America. America has a dark side, and we have to deal with that dark side of America. We can't just move forward without dealing with that aspect of our history. We have to deal with the good and the bad.
Karen?
Yeah.
You're muted.
Most common words of this year, you're muted. I like how, and Dr. Bynum and I are very similar in looking at global transformation and starting the story back pre-trade. The story starts on the continent. When you said, Adrienne, that the 1619 project, gives us this other layer now, and it is great. I've noticed a shift even in my teaching, but I also want to acknowledge that 1619 project is the work that generations of us have been doing in African-American history and Black history, and retelling the story and the diasporic story and internationalism, transnationalism, giving us these ideas. It's one of the reasons I was so frustrated with what Dr. Nagy was talking about, that our students come and they feel this has not had a trickle-down effect into K-12 education. So we have to fill in these holes, and our students are feeling really gypped when they come to my class. I shouldn't use that word, but when they come to my class, they're like, well, why didn't we learn this? They feel that there's a militancy and an anger that they didn't learn this this year in light of social movements and whatnot. Yeah. I've come, there's ways that this is connected to the tough questions as well, and drawing white students in and really showing those dates, the 1619 date and the I don't know what date is it, 1502, that the first documented Portuguese, and I say 1502 is what is that 10 years earlier, what happened? The students start saying, oh, Columbus. So they sort of get drawn in that. moment. And I'm able to, through that kind of dialogue, push them to see that the whole making of the Western world, the modern world, is on the backs of the transatlantic trade and the human beings who were forcibly dispersed in chains through the trade. And it's a dialogue that I found that I was privileged to have been hired by Cleveland State to teach African American history as a core education requirement. I don't think we can limit what kind of work that was and where that came from. It came from social movements. It came from a generation of activist scholars who made sure that Cleveland State had this core education requirement. And then it provided the space for me to teach this 1619 project, to teach African American history in this way, and to teach African American history to majority white classes, which was one of my challenges when I first got here. I hadn't really taught many white students before I got to Cleveland. But with this space that social movements created to teach African American history in this way, I see that as the same, a similar trajectory now with this terrifically interdisciplinary moment of creating institutional space for this in the social justice course. It's not that we're teaching, this is how you become a social justice activist. It's providing institutional space so that we can have these kinds of dialogues, that we can listen to our students and encourage them to think critically in this way.
I'm going to use that to sort of move into the second part of this, social justice outside the classroom, because I think that this is something I know my students are surprised to hear, that what we're talking about is activism. I mean, we're not just talking about what you're learning in the classroom, because that is certainly the beginning. That is where it starts. Then what is it that we do with what we learn? And I think that that's something for me, as someone who also is not from Cleveland, but having been in Cleveland over 20 years, I am so impressed with the community outreach programs. I've been involved in working with at-risk youth, doing language arts curriculum, learning, shifting approaches from cultural based, sort of doing that. And I don't really see that, or I will say I didn't really see that so long ago, but it seems it's always been in Cleveland. So I would like then to turn to Joyce, Janice Eatman-Williams and Mamadou Seck, who will talk about social justice outside the classroom, but still within the purview of the institution, because I think that's also where we as professionals encounter these issues, issues such as social justice pedagogy, social justice, how it's implemented within the institution, and how the institution then uses its resources in outreach for the community. And I wanted to start with you, Janice. I mean, there's so many levels here.
Right.
Where would you begin?
Wow. Thank you for inviting me to this conversation. It's one that I think is really important for campus and for community. And I want to say first that I'm really excited that the importance of history seems to be a thread through this conversation already, especially in Cleveland, because, and a case in particular, because a lot of the social justice movements and the responses to the social injustices going on in Cleveland actually occurred in the communities that are adjacent to this university. So, we are sitting in the middle of activism headquarters in Cleveland. And for the university, for a long time, there truly was a town-gown divide. And so one of the reasons that the work that I do was seated in community was because the students asked for a better connection between students, the university, and the neighborhoods. This is a private, urban, truly urban campus. If you look at a map of Cleveland, Case Western Reserve University is located in the heart of the city. It's a truly urban campus, but it doesn't have a lot of urban students in it. And so the students actually went to some of the university officials and said, we would like an opportunity to better engage with community, with residents. And because they were students, they also wanted to work with other young people. And so that's how Camps to Community Engagement, intentionally based in neighborhood, was started more than 30 years ago at Case Western Reserve University. And that is actually how Dr. Seck and I met. Because I was working in Cleveland schools at the time. I am an educator, and my background is in intervention, prevention, specialization, and I have a large school counseling background. And Dr. Seck and I met because he was a student at Case Western Reserve, but he was the facilitator between the programs that were coming from campus with the students into the public schools. And we began as a middle school initiative with 2 schools, and we are now a K through 12 opportunity for students, undergrad, grade, and professional school students, to come and bring their time, talents, and the lessons that they're receiving to empower Cleveland and especially East Cleveland kids. So that's how we got started. The other thing that I really appreciate that Dr. Karen said is that education is the practice of freedom. We are a literacy and mentoring founded program. And literacy for me is the foundation of all education. And our ancestors understood that being literate, being educated was their ticket to freedom. So that thread continues to go generation to generation. The other thing that I want to say is that I view everything through a social justice lens. And for me, history lives. And the fact that we are able to bring students into community and have them engage with folks who were not only witnesses to history, but the creators of the opportunities is a lesson that you can't always get in the classroom. And so these are social justice lessons that have legs from camps to community and back. You know, I always say that we are a 360 operation, camps to community and back. And that's the way we operate daily.
Mamadou? I love the story of how you and Janice sort of began your professional journey, and we've been talking a lot. Yesterday, I kept hearing the term lifelong learning, and I think this is a perfect example. So I will be quiet and would love to hear your approach.
Thank you, Dr. Gosselin. I really appreciate you putting me at the end of the line because what I intended to, what I wrote and intended to talk about has been illustrated right here by my colleagues. Social justice pedagogy is what is really what we are talking about. Based on 2, different orientation. One is horizontal collaboration and one is vertical collaboration. And I see all my colleagues, the first group, Karen, Tuanda, Thomas, and Beth, who illustrated horizontal collaboration. How they did it, they worked together to put together one course that is taken by, for general education. That is collaboration that at the level of the professor, horizontal collaboration. But I see also with Janice's intervention, the vertical collaboration, as we see that not only the social worker, the professor are working with the student to implement a program that will benefit them. And that is fighting against, toward social justice. As a social worker, we define social justice as a professional value. It is one of the 6 values for social workers. 6 values, and it helps social workers work with their clients to promote programs that are against oppression and help cultural and ethnic diversity. And even in healthcare, we will talk about social justice as a means to provide equal healthcare service for all individuals, regardless of their personal characteristic. So based on the profession, we can see how social justice can be implemented and can be seen. So in my work as a faculty fellow for civic engagement, I integrate all those types of collaboration. Once I have been appointed as a faculty fellow for civic engagement, I started contacting all my colleagues I knew, or the people, the faculties that were on the list that I could access. I checked their syllabi. I see who I would really be able to bring in, because their courses were really helping the university to implement social justice. So I started collaborating with them, and I intend to continue working with them. At this point, I have almost a 50 faculty I am in contact constantly. But I intend to expand it because I know many of my colleagues are teaching in this mode. They are helping students to increase their possibilities for employment. And that is one objective of the university. When students graduate, you want them to get a job. And preparing them while they are in the school, in the university, is one task that the university has to really work on in order to enhance it, to make sure that the student who graduate get a job right away. And when they get the job, really stay on the job, because they have the skills, they have the knowledge to do the work. So I can stop here, but we can talk later.
Janice, is there anything you want to expand?
I may expand on some programs that are implemented at our university, at Cleveland State University.
Yes. I was asking Janice, but I think she's muted.
Oh, okay.
So, as Dr. said, this is a type of work that definitely needs to be done in collaboration. And so what we do is we leverage not only the resources of the university, but the resources that are in our communities in order to do this work. And they engage with our students and the students with whom we serve on campus and in community. So that's either in a school setting, it could be in a community organization setting, or we bring people here. And one of the things is, especially when you're talking about social justice in education, is access and allocation of resources are a critical issue. And one of the reasons that we bring students to CASE is because a lot of them have never considered higher ed as an opportunity for them. And so one of the things that we do is that we want to create a college going and or a career movement culture. And children will be what they can see. That, as cliche as it sounds, is true. So the more we expose students to these type of environments, then the more they can see themselves in it. And one of the things that I appreciate about the way that we work is the work feeds on both sides, because when we expose and engage our students in community with residents, with children, it changes their lens. And it also transforms the way that they want to do their work. And in many ways, it transforms the way that they want to move their careers. Yes. And we don't even have a school of education at Case Western Reserve University anymore. We haven't had one for more than 3 decades. But these opportunities produce people who go on and serve as educators, as social workers, as folks who address social justice and try to find solutions to social injustice on a daily basis. I mean, I've been keeping a running record of the students that have been engaged campus to community, and the work that they go on to do is tremendous. It's absolutely tremendous. And a lot of them end up sitting in chairs just like you are. I mean, I have right now 3 tenure track professors who were volunteers in the programs that Dr. Seck and I are engaged in. So the work has legs, it really does. So it not only empowers the folks with whom we serve in community, but it empowers the students on campus and the work that they're going to do.
What I'm hearing is that it also empowers us.
Yes.
Professionals.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because we are, and I keep hearing the term silos. I mean, this is the tradition that we are all in our sort of corners doing our own research, but there's very little, or traditionally, there has been very little interaction. I'm wondering how this has affected you as colleagues. Dr. Tawanda, how about you? I mean, as someone who is new to Cleveland, new to this, would you like to talk a little bit about the collaboration and the difference it makes?
Sure. I mean, I think it makes a tremendous difference. I mean, one of the things that I think is important is that just as when Nina was speaking this morning, you see how large and systemic the issues are. And so based upon that, no one, people from one discipline will not have all the answers. I think we have to work together to be able to not only educate students or educate anyone who wants to learn more, but open to learning, but also to further any work or reach any solutions or interventions for problems, whether it be in our campus communities, in in neighborhoods, and everything. And so I think the work, it just requires it. And so being new to Cleveland State, I've been very happy with the level of collaboration I've been able to do already. I haven't been there a full year yet, and I've worked with a number of people outside of my own profession, including for this class. And so I think it's really critical. And I think that that is certainly a movement that's happening at Cleveland State, but it also is very necessary.
Yes. Yes.
Adrian, if I can chime in, I was going to say this really is a part of the new direction in which the university is moving. It's a part of the 2.0 initiative to reach across disciplines, to work, multidiscipline collaboration. And so I'm thinking we're going to see more of that happening in the future, multidiscipline collaborations, and not just working in silos, but because we can help each other, right? We share a lot in common, and we don't necessarily recognize what we share in common until we start interacting. And I think that's going to be crucial for academic departments to work across disciplines.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is something that is very interesting to me as someone who teaches African American literature and cultural studies, because that is an area where all of this intersects. Absolutely history. African American literature really is a sociocultural history of African Americans, which is a history of America. And that somehow, if we never address the connections, and I keep hearing connecting the dots, at such a large scale, and I think it's very exciting because we are really kind of changing the face of academia, changing what should be expected from particularly undergraduates going through a higher education experience. We need to produce more enlightened and more aware students. I wanted to, and we've been talking about the tough questions segment, and I'd like to kind of move on to that. Throughout the symposium, I've been hearing the term truth and reconciliation, and more than I've ever heard at any one spot before, but truth and reconciliation, that we need to disassemble inequity in order to we need to disassemble inequity in order to reassemble equity. And again, I think there are certainly few of us who would argue that this is a solution. But then I think for those of us in the classroom, it goes back to this tough question. And we've all touched on this. In my case, teaching African American literature, my classes begin with a rhetorical analysis of the 54th Federalist paper, so that students can recognize the difference between the rhetoric and the reality, that they can really come to respect the effect of persuasive argumentation. I mean, I don't know if you've read the 54th Federalist paper lately, but if you don't stop to address the fallacies and logic and just sort of read this seamless argumentation, you come to the conclusion that, yes, it must be possible to separate these people, to separate human beings into factions. So that's a big challenge for me, is to first get the students to recognize the legal reinforcement. I mean, systemic racism is not a moral issue. It's not, oh, poor African Americans or white people are bad. I mean, it is a system. So how do we kind of get students who are interested in social justice, but this is the first class that any of your students have had? So that's my question. Tough questions. Who would like to start?
I'll go ahead. For me, as I said earlier, it's important for for students to see the historical connections, right? So one of the goals in the course is to get students to connect historical events of the past to issues related to contemporary society, right? And I mentioned this earlier. For example, we discussed how slavery created the foundation of inequality for Black people and is at the center. I don't even think you can have the conversation without discussing slavery. It's at the center of social justice issues. Not only do I discuss the dehumanizing aspects of slavery, but I talk about the economic exploitation of Black bodies, the commodification of Black people as property, and how that created the foundation of economic disparity for Black people in general. And then when we move into the post-slavery period, I discuss how Jim Crow segregation and its exclusionary practices and policies further relegated Black people to secondary citizenship. So I think it's important for first of all, for students to be able to connect those historical dots so they can understand we didn't just get here in the 21st century dealing with economic disparity, but what's the foundation of that economic disparity? What's the foundation of the marginalization of Black people in this country and Black people being on the periphery of society? What led to that? So we have to be able to connect those historical dots. And I think once students connect the historical dots, you know, they get it. The light bulb comes on. So that's for me, you know, one of the things I try to do in the course.
Yes, yeah. Beth, you had brought up this issue of when we're talking to our students or we're talking about white supremacy, what about students that don't identify with white supremacy? What about students of color that share their situations, but this is a completely foreign situation to students who are privileged? How do you approach that?
Well, I feel like Dr. Greer Medley may have a little bit more to say about this as well because of how she presented her approach and some of her experiences. But this is the experience that I have in which I realized this was when I was an assistant director for the Eigel Center for Community Engaged Learning at Xavier University in Cincinnati. And one of my responsibilities was to manage a cohort of scholarship students that were called, at one time they were called service fellows, and then they moved from service to community engagement. I think it was just a matter of making the descriptor a little bit more palatable, but the group of students that were part of this cohort, there was a time in which we had a discussion about who do we accept, how do we accept these students, what are the criteria, what do we offer them? And in most of the cohorts, or at least probably within the last 10 years of the cohort, there were no students of color. And there was a question of, well, Xavier University is located kind of half in and half out of the city of Cincinnati. And so it's kind of in a weird jurisdictional environment, but the community that surrounds Xavier University is predominantly African-American and predominantly low income. And I kind of split those two things up because there's a city of Norwood and then there's neighborhoods of Cincinnati, and those were a little bit of different dynamics. But there was a discussion about, well, if we are community engaged scholars and if we are being a socially responsible institution that cares about the community in which we reside as an institution, we did not have any form of entryway for students of the community of the Xavier environment. So the neighborhood surrounding the Xavier University, there was no way for a student from Norwood or from Avondale or Walnut Hills to be a part of this community engaged scholarship program. And then we looked a little bit deeper and deeper, and now this is a long time ago and things have changed since then, but there was only one scholarship for any students that lived in the communities surrounding Xavier University, and it was for the amount of $500. Yeah, like I feel that that's insulting. And like, how do you approach that? And then we had a conversation with the cohort of students that were community engaged scholars about, hey, we've learned this information. What do you think that we should do about this? You know, part of our mission is for you to engage in issues that are of value to society. It was very much from a Jesuit perspective because of the institution. But it was, do you feel that it is our responsibility to do something about this? Should we speak up? Should we share this information? Should we make a change? And the students were hesitant at first because they felt that their voice was not including any other voices in this conversation that were relevant to, well, do we even know if any students want to come to Xavier? Do they feel like they're a part of the Xavier community? Do they even feel comfortable walking across the Xavier campus because it's a private institution? And so that brought up lots of questions about the level of comfort of the local community just on Xavier University campus. And so the students did feel like, well, this is part of our mission. This is part of what we're supposed to be doing, is engaging in things that are dismantling some of the barriers for people not like us to be a part of this institution and to be a part of something greater. And so from that experience, it was, well, let's talk about it. And the students didn't want to talk about it. They just wanted to do something about it. They just want, we'll influence administration to change this scholarship. And I'm like, well, we should probably talk about this too. Like, why is this? Why does this even exist? And the majority of students were white students and upper income. I would call them wealthy at this point, that it was hard for them to talk about it. And the director of the center is African-American. He was actually at CSU for a little while, and that was Byron White. And introducing that conversation as, yes, we have to talk about this. We have to talk about how you feel about it when we're talking about this, because you haven't experienced it. And particular, kind of layering on the Jesuit tradition of that, that there was a lot of discomfort and guilt. And I don't know if I participated in this, and I don't know how to feel about my role in this. And am I seen as somebody who's going to block the conversation from moving further because I haven't been part of the construction of the story in a positive way? And there was a lot of kind of arm's length of, I don't want to feel this.
What? Yes. And interestingly enough, we have a comment from our colleague Bruce Menapace, who just wrote the term white fragility. Tawana, do you deal with that? Is that something particularly in education and counseling? How do you approach the issue of white fragility?
Wow, how much time do we have? I had a number of thoughts running through my head as Beth was talking, sort of related to that. I mean, I think honestly, we have to, in order for us to even address or sort of deal with this concept of white fragility or even white privilege or white supremacy, we have to also, the thing that we have not talked about or brought into the discussion is really how students tend to learn today in terms of what they're exposed to. We're in a very political environment, which is always the case, but especially now where we have, this concept of post-truth, fake news, and these kind of things that have rendered this notion of white supremacy and racism as though it's just a matter of mere opinion. And so what ends up happening is that when we actually start talking about facts, when we actually start talking about history, and we start talking about what truly happens, even when we publish our great studies and share them with students, that it's still kind of hard for them to digest it, because they are also learning it in an environment that says, well, this is an attack on white people. And it is hard to manage that. It is hard to say, no, we're talking about history, we're talking about the realities, we're talking about the fact that you benefit from a system that was designed to protect you, and you don't, and whether you acknowledge it or not, that is still the truth, that is still the case. And so I think it's tough to manage this notion of white fragility, because there's almost, embedded within that, there's this level of victimhood. And within that, it's really hard to get them to understand that they also benefit from this system that is also socially constructed in these ways to benefit them. And so And so I think it's tough to manage, but I think it's a conversation to have. And some students won't like it. There are students I've had students in my previous courses who've gotten actually angry about the concept of white privilege and white fragility and white supremacy. But nonetheless, we have to be brave educators and continue the conversation and continue to push the knowledge and information that we have. This is just reality, so I think it's tough, but it's necessary.
Janice and
can I address that?
Oh yes, please. I was
so, as you mentioned, I'm the community coordinator for the Social Justice Institute, and one of the things that I do in that capacity, and to Dr. Bynum's point, to help people connect the dots, is that we actually house our social justice class in neighborhood. So when you're talking about helping people to connect the dots and to have them have an honest conversation, and in order for people to see how systemic racism actually manifests itself in real time, base your class in the neighborhood. And to Dr. Seck's point, we collaborate with our community organizations and our other institutions in order to do that. And I'll give you a couple of examples. You all know Dr. Rhonda Williams, who was the founding director of the Social Justice Institute, used to have a course called The City is Classroom. Well, that class was intentionally based in Huff, in Glenville, in Fairfax, wherever she chose to move it to, and those are all adjacent neighborhoods to the university. And there was a theme, if we were going to examine social injustice in public education, if we were going to examine health disparities, she chose a theme every year, and we would house that class in neighborhoods that had those resources around it. And we would bring in residents, we'd bring in other faculty members from campus, we would bring in community resources, and we would use text, there were required readings to examine the issue in a holistic way. And I think that's a great way to do it, because students, like I said, we're an urban campus without urban students. So students get to see live in real time and up close how all of these structures impact people's day-to-day lives. And I think that's a great way to do it, because seeing is believing, and that way you internalize it a lot better. You can connect the dots, and you can see, well, this is not happening in my community, and these hardworking people are having to contend with these issues daily, and this is how these systems impact their lives.
Yeah. I will follow Janice, and particularly Dr. Thomas Bynum, who asked, how to connect historical dots. In social work, you cannot graduate if you don't spend 400 hours in communities. The courses are linked to the community, means that many things that are being taught have to be experimented in the community and written, in reports and being evaluated by the faculty. Also, for any civic engagement course, you have to have, it is one of the objectives, we have experiential learning. No course will be is accepted as civic engagement if it doesn't meet that objective of experiential learning. Means that the students have to be in a setting where they can implement the program they are, or the project they set up in classroom. So they have to be able to implement those projects in the community. And I was very happy to, hear Dr. Nagy we talked about community engagement courses, because community engagement courses, most of them are related to civic engagement courses. And they share that those objectives of placing students in the field and using the knowledge they get from the field to, to be discussed in class, or put together project in class and see how they can implement it in the community. So that is really connecting the dot, as Dr. Thomas Bynum was asking.
Karen, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to, say, history majors, or maybe not even a history major, someone who is taking a class with you, we all get that reason. Why are you taking the class? Well, it fit in my schedule. it works. What about that student, the one who sort of comes in not necessarily because they're interested, but it's handy? How do you deal with students like that? How do you deal with
I mean, frankly, that's the overwhelming majority of students that we have. I mean, black or white, anybody, is that they're taking it for the gen ed requirements of African American experience, writing across the curriculum, or I didn't introduce the gen ed requirement, but I made some of my courses, my upper division courses in African American history, my Black America and Africa, and my Black Resistance in the Age of Jim Crow class, speaking across the curriculum requirement. And I did that specifically because I thought we need to figure out how to learn how to talk to each other, and for those issues of having white students feel like they can contribute and explore their ideas, and everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, I call it, as they're discussing issues. So those are the overwhelming students that I had over the years, and I'll answer in a couple of ways. I could talk for hours about this, of course. One, over the years, part of the ways that my courses have changed is as I develop as a scholar and researcher, and in dialogue with students, and with the changing political environment. As I've noticed, I noticed a huge shift teaching in the Bush-Cheney years, the Obama years, the former guy's years, and now we're in the future. And so continually engaging with my curriculum in a different way, and listening to students. White students often, when I first started teaching these, and I focus on this, the overwhelming number of students I teach are in the 200 level African-American history, 1877 to the present. So I have 100 students a year that I'm teaching in this course, and they're taking it for African-American experience. They're not taking, there are very few history majors. There's mostly university-wide. So I consider that my social justice course in a way. And I've got the history content. So what I've developed over the years is an assignment, or now I call it a term paper. It was a take-home exam when we used to teach in school in person. But what I do is have them address a contemporary issue. And I steer that and couch it. I have race in the American presidency, Black Lives Matter and histories of protest, policing, Black lives and mass incarceration, and race in public education. These 4 categories, which I feel like everybody can choose one of those categories of interest in contemporary culture. And then they, over the semester, have to look at those questions historically. So it's a way of reaching, I mean, they may be computer science, they may be not doing any kind of humanities, social science work, but there are issues, as civic education, these pieces that are missing. So it's an entry into that kind of dialogue. And it was funny that these students, you all know this, but the students, they don't get started on their work, and I've got a very quiet remote class this semester for my 200 level course, and they're freaking out with their first one assignment was due for them to explore this issue from 1865 to 1914. That's my first chunk. They first introduced, they explored it in a contemporary sense, so they had no problem with that as far as, policing, Black Lives Matter, and this kind of stuff. And I've had a couple of students who are doing policing and rise of mass incarceration email me, I can't find any documents from 1865 or 1890 that cover policing and mass incarceration. I said, well, we kind of studied Ida Wells. We looked at her, the film. You might want to look at, there's a newspaper account of the lynching of Sam Hose in your online ebook that you all have. Mm-hmm. And I think it was, that just sort of told me that to make that connection was pretty profound. I said, you're not going to find mass incarceration. It doesn't start mass incarceration until 1827. You're not going to find that language, but you have to use your mind to figure out how we got here. That those issues, that longer history, the commodification, racial capitalism, that this is the founding of our nation. This is, I've started this morning. I was just thinking about how for decades now, even McDonald's ads on PBS said it's not African-American history is American history. It's just sort of thinking about Black freedom is American freedom, right? And until Black lives matter, all lives don't matter. So that kind of connection I'm working on in class.
I need to, I think we don't quite have the hook, but we're close to the hook. And there's a question that I would like to pass to Dr. Greer Medley, and maybe we can, you can have the last word here. It's from our colleague Prester Pickett, who asks if you can speak about the threat of stereotypes.
Of course. So in thinking about, it's definitely related to teaching these courses, of course, in social justice, it is a very real thing, and actually just talked about this with our social justice students maybe about 2 weeks ago or so. The stereotype threat is just when particularly people of color internalize negative messages about their group, and then it begins to impact performance. And I think it's a very real phenomenon, and I think that is something that greatly impacts students. And so it is historically been tested and used in terms of looking at cognitive ability testing, but it also impacts, student performance on exams in their classrooms, or even how students might interact with their professors. The assumption, particularly for Black and brown students, the assumption that they're not going to do well, and they may engage in behaviors to say, like, they fail an exam or if they don't do well on something, that they have actually fulfilled that stereotype. And so it is something that I think, whether we acknowledge it or not, is certainly functioning in the background of how students tend to perform in classrooms and on exams and other types of, and to some other academic endeavors. It even influences, thinking about how we even treat our students. Like even some stereotypes that may be positive, like the model minority stereotype in terms of expecting Asian students to be smart. And then we treat them that way based upon that stereotype that we ourselves have internalized as educators. And then if an Asian student it fails our expectations of them being high performers, what that does to the student and to us actually in terms of fulfilling that stereotype. And so I think it's something that greatly influences education. I don't know that we talk enough about it in terms of how it influences our interactions with students, their performance on our exams, and other activities that we engage in. And so I think that's a great question. It certainly is a phenomenon that we don't often talk about in terms of its impact.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, Adrian, I wanted to say this before we end it, because in the course, we talk a lot about intersectionality. And I think it's important to talk about the intersectionality of race, class, gender, sexual orientation. And I think when you start to link these things, students understand the bigger picture when it comes to oppression. Oppression is not isolated. Oppression is connected. And so once we start to connect these to intersectionality, and we do a lot with that, and Tawanda does a lot with the intersectionality, Beth and Karen, but I think it's important to talk about the intersectionality of these entities, because if we're trying to get students to understand oppression, and maybe slavery is something so distant that they can't understand that oppression, but they can understand other oppressions related, right, around class, around gender, around sexual orientation. So I think it's important to infuse that kind of conversation in the course, and show the interconnectedness of all oppressions. We say oppressions because there are more than one. So I think that's important.
Yes, I agree, and I thank you, everyone. I think all of the panels and the sessions have just been so informative, so educational. I think ours has a kind of interesting target audience, if you will, in that we are all educators. There is what happens beyond the classroom, beyond the institution, beyond the community, out in the world. And that's what life is for. How we send our young adults into that lifelong trajectory. We are really the bridge between sort of the rhetoric, the reality, the agency, the possibilities. And I think it's very important that we remain open, not only to our students, but with one another and with potential educators. I know all of us teach potential educators, and they're so important. What we teach them is so important. So I want to thank everyone. I see Dr. Dunn in the corner of my gallery, so I'm thinking that our time might be up. I thank you all. Dr. Dunn, I thank you for sort of shepherding all of us and this effort. And thank you to all of you. Thank you for everyone who tuned in to listen.
Thank you to all of you as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gosselin, and to all of our panelists, to the panelists. That was powerful. That was wonderful, insightful discussion, and a great way to conclude our conference. Infusing social justice pedagogy into the classroom and connecting the campus to the community. I think that is an ideal way for us to end our convening over these past 2 days. But to all of the panelists and the participants, our attendees, the community members, we are so grateful that you shared your precious time with us and the gift of your talent, your wisdom, your knowledge, and your insight. Thank you. I want to take time to thank Jamil Smith and Nina Turner for stepping away from their national platforms, their national stage, to share their perspectives and call to action with us as they opened as our keynote speaker on both days. To our moderators and panelists for giving of your time and expertise, and to the artists that have shared their enormous talent and vision with us. To our committee, to the Project 400 Planning Committee for your time, commitment, dedication over the past several months, actually. This has been an ongoing process, meeting weekly, and you endured and suffered through some of my my less proud moments, I would say. So I want to humbly ask your indulgence and thank you for your indulgence. We want to thank our sponsors for your investment as we continue to do this difficult work. Our presenting sponsor, the George Gunn Foundation, our gold sponsors, Cleveland Public Library, Cleveland Public Theater, our silver sponsors, Cuyahoga Community College, and our bronze sponsors, Canal Way Partners, Global Cleveland, and University Circle E. Thank you all. We couldn't have done this without you. So we greatly appreciate your support and look forward to the continued collaboration as we go forward in doing this difficult but necessary work. And I'd like to thank President Harlan Sands for his contribution to underwrite student tickets, and to the Office of Inclusion and Multicultural Engagement for your contribution underwriting student fees and community scholarships. And please take time and check out the documentary that we produced from our conference last year. It's available on our website, csuohio.edu/project400. And also, we want to thank the Greater Cleveland Urban Film Festival and their support for this Project 400 initiative. And they will be hosting post-conference discussions with the directors of 2 documentaries that have been available that they provided, specifically connecting it to Project 400. So once again, thank you, and please do connect and check out those discussions as well. While this is the end of this year's convening, there's clearly work to be done. And this hopefully will serve as a catalyst to inspire, encourage, and bolster you as we advance the critical work of eradicating systemic, structural, and institutional racism. And look for announcements and more activities throughout the year. With that, be safe, be well, stay healthy, and until next time, in solidarity, peace. There are some additional housekeeping items before we let you go. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Mobley to share those with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. Thank you to our Education and Social Justice panel for that wonderful dialogue. They actually reminded me of the Bell Hooks comment that the classroom is a space of radical possibility. We appreciate how they helped us do what we've been doing this entire conference, which is connect the dots to give us a greater sense of agency. The goal of our conference was that we leave knowing how we are going to be agents of change. I'm excited about everything that we've learned over these last 2 days. It's hard to believe we've reached the end of this conference. Again, I want to thank Dr. Dunn for pulling us all together. We're grateful for all of our panelists, the artists and sponsors for their time, talent, and treasure. What a wonderful conference this has been. And we had one highlight that we wanted to share with you. Again, we are going to share the video that Teda Prince did that features him and his relative, his cousin, John Legend. And finally, we want to ask you to please take a couple of minutes to fill out our evaluation. We welcome your feedback. Thanks again. Enjoy the rest of your day. The work continues. The struggle continues.
George Floyd repeatedly told the officers that he could not breathe.
On February 23rd, my son, Ahmaud Arbery, went out for a job.
Newly released video shows the aftermath of the police killing of Breonna Taylor in Louisville.
But the Floyd name still lives on.
Hey Tavon, it's your mom. I was just calling to check up on you, making sure you're doing okay. I also wanted to remind you, you can only love your neighbor as much as you love yourself. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you're protecting your mind. All right, love you. Bye.
For my brother, for my sister, for my cousins and my lovers, all God's children. This is for these streets. This is for the weak. If you're feeling down, come on now, come and listen.
We need to love one another, need to hug one another. We sell drugs to each other. A brother will say love you, but he'll still kill you. And that right there, dog, got the blueprint, how I'm gonna save us. I have the blueprint, how I'm gonna make it. And everybody back home, I ain't forget about you. Don't focus on the current, it will drown you out. And if you lost in the hood, you can't get out. And it's the world's savior, watch me walk it out. Story of my life that I'm about to talk about. How we go from being kings to fiends and now to dreams. Just to be a trap star. And many times go down that road and they didn't get far. And if you tired of the stressing, let this be a lesson. Love is the answer to the question.
My brother, for my sister, for my cousins and my lovers, all God's children. This is for these streets. This is for the weak. If you're feeling down, come on now, come and listen.
Dear America, what to destroy heritage? You took our history, changed it, and then you buried dead. And I'm just curious, why won't we be like Paris skin? It's the same way Sammy Sosa wanna bleach his skin. Like they painted Jesus Christ as a white man. Around we go, where the love at? And when you look in the mirror, do you love that? Self-hatred, displacement. It's funny how the hate take on different faces. And how happiness can get you through the mazes. And when you come out, you on top. And keep moving on, cause the hate don't stop. You gotta help yourself to get the love back. You gotta help yourself to get the love back. You gotta help yourself to get the love back. Now where the love at? Now where the love at?
For my brother, for my sister, for my cousins and my lovers, all God's children. This is for these streets. This is for the weak. If you're feeling down, come on now, come and listen. Hey, love one another, love one another. Oh yeah, come on. Hey, my sisters and my brothers, love one another. Oh yeah, come on. Hey, my sisters and my brothers.